Well, fellow pilots and dear passengers, welcome back to yet another stream. This is leg 41 out of 45 of WorldFlight 2022. We can see it, we can smell it. Sydney is waiting for us. We're still in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but we're definitely headed west, and every leg gets us closer to our destination. Back to Sydney, where we started almost a week ago. So another night flight for Captain Tango and crew. We're here on the ground at Rarotonga in the Cook Island, headed for Nadi in the Fiji Island. A lot of water again, but today our flight should be a little bit shorter compared to the flight yesterday, 3 or 13 minutes, and hopefully we finally got rid of all these gremlins, but probably as soon as I say it they'll pop their ugly head again. So let me show you what's happening right now on the ground in Rarotonga. It is a pretty busy place. So we park here to the next to the official JeeHell 44 flight who just came in from Tahiti, if I'm not wrong. It's a flight I was scheduled to do, but Captain Romeo and team was nice enough to allow me to sleep a little more than 4 hours for a change. You can see, if you want to learn what fatigue does to pilot performance, you can watch our previous stream. I mean, we got safely on the ground, it was all good, but certainly missed things when you fly single pilot, tired single pilot. So, as usual, pretty busy on the ground. It's a very small airport, very small ramp. So if we look around, lots of people park. I'm not sure if that is Speedbird 47 Charlie in the background. The two Qantas, one of them is most likely Qantas 25. Shout out to them for organizing this event. And then just on the other side of the FOB terminal here, you can see the blue waters of the South Pacific Ocean. Temperature outside is a nice 22 degrees Celsius. Let's call that 72 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned, we're here next to our sister aircraft. Due to a difference in scenery, they're in a hangar. So apologies for their nose being cut off. Not only they brought the aircraft here, but they will take it to Nadi, to the Fiji Island for their third leg. I believe that's a total of 14-15 hours of non-stop flying with like 40 minutes turnaround. So very impressive from Captain Romeo and his crew, Christoph, being the first officer. So today is Veterans Day. So let's celebrate all our veterans. And I think it's fitting that in my case I'm flying with my German friends. I believe we're close to also the 40th anniversary, 40 anniversary of the launch of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So for our friends using 2020, well, first they should know it's 2022 by now, but very impressive to see the continued efforts and development going into that product. For technical reason we're not using it quite yet, but a recent announcement on the JeeHell forum is promising support for our beloved A320 in Microsoft 2020. Now that they have multi-screen support, that will be very exciting to see. So shout out to Jean-Luc, who's the freeware developer, the brain behind the JeeHell FMGS. He's on version 57. It's incredible what he has done for the community. So very thankful to him. November 11 is also, if I'm not mistaken, the birthday of one of Captain Pierre's daughter. So happy birthday to her. And it also happens to be the birthday of my favorite and only daughter. So happy birthday to Natalie. So a lot of shout out today. Final shout out for now goes to Jeremy Harvey, who was kind enough to let us use his wonderful original music for intro. So I hope you guys have enjoyed that. Discovered him through V1 Simulation and his stream. So shout out to V1 and the crew there. Today, this morning for me here in Texas, I'll be flying single crew. What could go wrong, you ask? Yeah, I know. Flying single crew, but later on in the day. Yes, we have. Yes, I think we have Captain Romeo on the frequency. Can you copy me?
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Captain Romeo only has to get his cowboy hat for the next approach. And all other is ready, and we would be ready to taxi, and we will when we have made startup in the track.
All right.
And we thought we will taxi via the Aratabu road.
Is that the only way to get there? That's not grass or backtracking on the runway?
That was my intention. The only thing is that we have to open the hall. We're standing at the back. But as I see, a speedbird already helped us and put its nose here into the hole. So I definitely would recommend we take the...
We take the road? I'm all for it. Now, as usual, Captain Romeo is well ahead of me. So let me at least start the APU. I don't know how these guys do it. I usually bring the airplane at best 10 minutes late, at worst an hour and a half late. And next day when I pick up the aircraft from them, they are ahead of schedule. It's just unbelievable. So
I will use my landing lights to choose the cars away.
Okay, yeah, just flash at them, clear the road for us. If you want to do that, you think we can ask for a formation takeoff? Or there's no real tower here, is there?
We don't have any IDC.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing we got our PDC clearance.
You already have?
I got my PDC clearance. Affirmative.
Yes, we also have.
Okay. But I was planning...
We only will announce it on Unicom what we were doing.
Okay. Would you be cool with me taking another 10 minutes to set up everything? This time I wanted to have that on the stream because usually we start later when things are kind of ready. But I can call you back when we're good to go.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and I'll be back on the frequency real soon.
And we should definitely do a formation.
All right. Yeah, I see. There's no more approach. Okay, so we should go to Unicom. All right, I'll do that as well. Back in 5-10 minutes.
Okay, copied.
All right. I can totally understand for our wonderful controllers that controlling oceanic space over large body of water where you basically stay high when you come into the sector, stay by when you get out of the sector is not particularly exciting, so no problem. So final shout out for now to Captain Romeo, who was the initiator of Team JeeHell A320. Mentioned that in another stream. He innocently enough asked on the JeeHell forum if people would be interested. I made the mistake to reply that I was intrigued, and the rest is history. Alright, so let's get started. Probably already got quite a reputation of delaying these flights, so see what we can do here. So we got a pre-departure clearance. We have a squawk code, the ATIS, And we will be flying out of runway 08 here at Rarotonga, and flying, if I can get a little bit of light, the Toket 1 Papa departure, which takes us on a left turn and kind of downwind, and then the Mibor transition, Mibor being our first waypoint. So let's get you guys in the cockpit here with me, and let's make it maybe a little quieter. So once again, a very warm welcome to the friendly skies. Captain Tango here. So mentioned we have our clearance, so we put the the Toket departure, Toket 1 Papa departure will take us all the way to Mibor. I see that once again our distance is a nonsensical 13,000 nautical miles, so there's probably a waypoint. Looks like Bedok exists more than once. There we go. Yep, sometimes you have more than one waypoint. So you can see here, I'll walk you through. The suspicious leg is Enric to Bedok, which is indicated at 6,300 and some nautical miles. So the way to figure that out then is to re-enter Bedok, put it on top of itself, and now you can see it loaded the one at 0 north 73 east. That's probably because we loaded the flight plan while the plane was still aligning the RS, so by default it was assuming we were at 00 coordinate. So let's take the right Bedok. It's still a healthy 1286 nautical miles from here, but at least it reduced our total this leg distance to 1341. We can take a second to compare that to our flight plan here. So total time I mentioned 3 hours 13 minutes, a little bit of headwind but 14 knots, that's not too bad. And sure enough, 1305 is our flight distance. So we got that sorted out. We set up the secondary flight plan, RadNav out of here. Let's see if there's anything particularly useful. Nope, it's all RNAV, so that's good. So from here we will go to our init page. So you can see our cost index will be flight level 340 for this flight. And now back to the famous init B that caused us some difficulties yesterday. Let's uplink and verify. So and one thing we can do here quickly is to skip any kind of boarding and passenger loading and that kind of thing. So we'll get our final load sheet, but I think the one we have is pretty close. There we go, right on cue, company message. Thank you, Captain Pero, for this wonderful tool. So we look at our received message, and here is our final load sheet. We can print it, view all pages, all 4 pages, then the message clears. So we are today JeeHell 41 Tango Delta. It's like 41. The official aircraft will be JeeHell 44 with Captain Romeo and First Officer Christoph at the helm. So everything looks correct. Time of departure, it is the NCRG NFFF leg. All weights in kilogram. Why would you use any other unit? So dry off mass, fuel on board, 14.7. Oh, I guess we still have fuel from previous adventure. I don't think we need 19 tons here. Alright, so if you will excuse me for a second, I'll make sure we load the proper load sheet here. I was wondering why this spot was free. It is the fuel spot in the default scenery, so just by stopping here the sim refills all the tanks. So bear with me for a second. I'm gonna have to do some surgery and move the aircraft real quick. So that is a little bit of an issue. So what we're gonna do ain't gonna be totally pretty, but we're gonna move away from here. Try to avoid our sister ship. And sorry, West Atlantic. Alright, so close your eyes. We were planning to take the road anyway, so here we are.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just realized that I was parked in the fuel spot, and so I couldn't get rid of the full 19 tons. So give me a
full tanks.
yeah. I'll go back, change that.
Here we have to request all as normal from Auckland radio, because we heard the frequency and he makes all up from the ground. So all are requesting pushback and something like that as normal.
So 129er. Oh, okay. 1290.
129er decimal.
Okay.
So we can definitely not do all the jokes.
All right. Oh, come on. It's okay. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be back with you. Thanks for your patience. Alright, and just like that, folks, we got the fueler to remove all the extra fuel they had put. So yeah, that's a little bit of a challenge. It doesn't ask you if you want to refuel. It's like, okay, you're at the fuel stop, fuel pump, boom, you get a full tank.
You don't need to hurry. We will only now request our pushback.
Okay. Is that push and start, or you started before?
Yeah, push and start both.
Okay. I should be there soon.
So we will need to do our checklist and so on. That will last.
Understood. Understood.
And I will try to make a custom pushback by GSX. So also will last.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Alright, so now our final load sheet should be meaningful, hopefully. So 0 fuel weight. I get a little bit more light here. A 0 fuel weight of 55.8. Alright, looks like we got all peeps on board. 104 passenger today and 3 tons of cargo going to the Fiji Island. So that will leave us at a takeoff fuel 14, let's say call it 14.5. Okay, we got 14.8. Very nice, very nice. Expecting a average wind component. Let me enter that here. Well, I'll do it on your side so that you guys on the FO side can see it. Headwind component 14 knots. Not bad at all. Okay, legal requirement for contingency 5%. Let's round that up. Check our trip 8.1. I have 8.6. Or alternate today. We do have an alternate, and it is November Foxtrot November Alpha, and that would take us a little less than a ton to get there. Our typical 30 minutes final is a little more than 1 ton. That would leave us with almost 2 hours of extra fuel. Remember the 90-minute required by WorldFlight standards. So this looks good. And so our takeoff weight is estimated at 70.4 tons. So we are above our maximum landing weight, which is 66 ton. As we discussed before, still, if we have to come back without having time to burn the fuel, we can't dump the fuel in an A320. It will still be all good. Is the sun finally rising? Are we gonna see the sun? That would be so cool. I have to admit I've lost track of the time zone and the local time and where we are and all that good stuff. So, looks like we have or in it. Let's do really quick or pre-flight. So today we are JeeHell 41 Tango Delta. Estimated takeoff mass was at 7,400. We had no time to do surge check or anything like that. My pilot ID is in the box. Fuel will do in flight in the interest of time. The only thing is the extra fuel. Just quickly note, usually we take 15 minutes for hold, so 3,400 liters of fuel were used as extra fuel. Wonderful. I'll be doing the takeoff and we'll figure out later on. Right now we will try to get a pushback. This is not a gate, and we are here somewhere on the magical ramp. Alright, that's all good. So, perf, let's enter them. I know we're gonna check them 35 times, but that's how you ensure the safety of the flight. You don't want any error on these numbers. So 142, 146, 148. We will do a flaps 1. Runway is long enough, and we got from the load sheet the trim setting is down 0.3. You can do down 0.3 or 0.3 down. On a flex temperature, what are we flexing today? We are flexing 48 degree in the box. Okay, we're getting closer, and this would be a return to runway 08 at Rarotonga. Alright, flight plan on the FO side. Performance on the captain, being the pilot flying today. Well, slowly but certainly we are getting there, folks. I'm glad you could see a little more of the setup this time. Alright, before start, cockpit prep completed. Gear pins, they are here. Believe it or not, we do have actual A320 gear pins, because if those are still in locking the gear, you look like a fool with your gear down after takeoff, and there's not many options. You kind of have to come back and have somebody remove those pins. Signs, we'll put them all on now that we have total fuel on board. Finish the refueling so the fuel pump can come on. The seat belt should be on, and we're gonna check the 14.7 fuel, and it is all balanced, 2.2 ton. Let's get rid of these pesky electronic devices in the back. Takeoff data 142, 148, No, sorry, 142, 146, 148 flaps, 1 flex 48. Checked. Barrel ref. The QNH on the field was 1015, set 3 times. That puts it at an altitude of 30 feet. Which seems logical. I mean, I can see the sea from here. Airport elevation is 19 feet. So let's continue with our before start check, like windows and doors. We'll already put the beacon, and we'll ask for pushback. Thrust lever are idle. Alright, and parking brake is set for now. Rock and roll, let's squawk so the controller can see we're about to ask for things around here. And that would be pushback, push and start. Okie dokie. Auckland Center, GL41 Tango Delta.
GL41 Tango Delta, Auckland Radio.
GL41 Tango Delta, I would request push and start.
GL41 Tango Delta, your push and start approved.
Push and start approved for GL41 Tango Delta. Alright.
121 report airborne runway 08, clear for
No, push and start in this beautiful scenery is gonna be funky wonky, but we will do it.
30, runway 08, line up behind.
Let's do a final check what the world behind us look like. Okay, we can do pushback, straight pushback. That should work.
Flight level. Where is it gone? Flight level 38, sorry.
Alright.
Flight level 380, and do you need a squawk?
There's no
Oh, it doesn't recur. Okay, no GSX for the pushback, so we go to plan B, which is here. Alright, did the before start we did, so parking brake coming off.
Unidentified, climb flight level 3.
And oh, it's done, kids. We don't have a rear mirror, so you put your hand on the FO seat, you look behind you, make sure there's nothing, and you say beep, 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 beep. Sorry.
Auckland Radio, hello, speedbird 170.
Alright, we are pushing back, wonderful, and we got start clearance, we have bleed air, everything else looks hunky-dory. Alright, starting number 2. Lead valve open, N2 is under the control of the FIDEC, and is increasing.
Good evening, speedbird 77.
Is that all we get, 100 feet?
Alpha clearance for NGTA.
Get another 100 feet.
Alpha.
Alright, igniter Bs will be used on number 2. We have full flow with EGT rising, staying within tolerance.
On the ground, report passing flight level 245.
Can hear the contactor, so Gen 1 is down. Can see it on the electrical page.
Can you confirm we are cleared for flight level 360?
You will never guess, that's French baguette. Alright.
Flight level 360, French baguette, went to Papa.
Good start on number 2, starting number 1. And we can start this clock. It's a backup for total block time, so we are blocked off. Alright, welcome to the PTU world.
November 743 behind the departing 747 runway 08, line up behind.
Alright. Igniter B as well on number 1. Fuel flow EGT, it's coming down, and 118, 19, 20, it will idle at 21-ish. Available. Good start on number 1. So let's do quickly. Speed brakes arm. Rudder trim 0. ATC is all set. Down 03 on the trim. Max, we can turn this off. Alright.
We'll go to Unicom.
After start, NTI is not required. ECAM status. No recall, normal. Pitch trim is expected to be down 0.3 and it is set down 0.3. Rudder trim 0 confirm after start checklist completed. Let's do the before takeoff real quick. Do the flight control, full up, neutral, full down, neutral, full left, neutral, full right, neutral. Rudder with the disconnect pedal, full right, neutral, full left, neutral. And yes, this is a sim, so usually everything works, but if your USB device gets disconnected, I would strongly recommend that you always do flight control check, because it's no fun discovering that at 100 knots barreling down the runway that it doesn't work and you're not going to rotate, or you don't have directional control with the rudder. Alright, the flight instrument all makes sense indeed. Briefing is confirmed. Flap setting config 1. V1 we didn't change anything. ADC ECAM memo. Can we get it? We can get it. So we are takeoff no blue. Alright, let's see how we can taxi here.
Sorry, they should only reach you about 1 or 2 by 5.
It's too far from the controller. We hear it decently, but
no, I won't be. That's the domestic airspace.
and center JeeHell44 ready to taxi. Oh, sorry, JeeHell41 Tango Delta ready to taxi.
JeeHell41 Tango Delta, right, you can taxi to join the queue, no runway 08.
Alright, we'll join this sequence, JeeHell41 Tango Delta.
Qantas 25 Auckland Radio, the altitude pass.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sorry about that. Qantas 25.
It is a little bit of a queue, so taxi line. We'll take a turn out of here. Parking brakes, clear on the right, clear on the left. I'll monitor my side. Are we in the grass? We're on the grass, so we need easily 30% to get moving. Something I learn, among the many things I learn during this busy week, is that this aircraft is not designed to taxi on the grass. Alright, let's give it a little jolt. Still see no ground speed. Come on, you can do it. Alright, so I keep the nose wheel straight for now, so that we get a little speed. I'll cut or put idle the engine in the turn, so hopefully the differential thrust is gonna help us a little bit. I'm already losing speed. And we might come to a stop indeed. Alright, we'll start that again. Well, this must be mud. Alright. Big Airbus Lufthansa cargo here. And as soon as the wheels are gonna be on the pavement, we're gonna fly out of here. That's why I want to be careful. Alright, we can do this. If not, I'll ask a few of our viewers to get out and push us in the back. Alright, now we are on a taxi. And you can see immediately we picked up a decent amount of speed. Alright. Did I say Airbus? Yes, it's the only 3-engine Airbus ever developed. Oopsie. That's a McDonnell Douglas, my bad. For the lull. Okay, let's go through the grass. No need to do brake check. I mean, the grass is brake checking us. I thought it would be night flight, but it's all good. Beautiful. Glad I decided to do this leg. Alright. A little less excited of the queue ahead of us, but we'll make it work. Alright, 30 knots on the grass. What could go wrong?
Hello, Auckland
So if we were on pavement, we would probably keep rolling and even faster, but here the grass is enough to slow us down nicely.
Just confirm the call sign.
Jetfar 203.
And we can't ask for priority, we're not the famous GL44, so...
I control Auckland randomly, but you can expect the Radi 7 Bravo 05 right.
Alright, another company message. Let's pick that up real quick. From GL, deep hole in the grass. Yes, yes. Well, be careful, Captain Romeo. Thanks for the tip.
After the departing 787 runway 08, line up behind.
Line up behind 08, one as well.
Alright, and quick shout out to JDub. Good morning to you as well. I hope you'll be able to join us. I want to see Vizix and you doing the next few legs. That should be fun. I can be jump seater, no problem. Alright, Honda Jet wishes us a good flight. Man, I'm gonna start sounding like one of these annoying streamer who says hi to everybody, but Shan, part-time pilot, full-time entertainer. Hey, we do what we can, Shan. Very good morning to you.
November correction. Neptune
I hope you're
11
feeling
whiskey.
better, if it was the flu or whatever it was. So,
Neptune
no
11
medical
whiskey, we had
emergency
some,
on this
computer
flight,
issues
please.
here. Our flight plan has disappeared. Could we get a heading for the moment? Roger.
Alright, you can see the departure. I like to put until we line up the nav mode on the ND. Alright guys, you need to start bringing those donations because it's gonna cost me an arm and a leg in posted here. And alright, yeah, dad joke. That's always a risk, always a risk. Hey, you know, once a dad, always a dad.
We've managed to solve the problem. We've got November uniforms on X waypoint. Is that alright with you? Thank you very much for your help.
Bet I won't even have to use the brakes. Not sure that Speedbird in front of us wants to take the bet, but yeah, we'll stop before him. There we go, stuck in the mud, like the song says. Alright, do we like what we see here so far? So good. And cabin crew, take your seat for departure number 9 in sequence. Alright, let's review that departure. Don't think we need the airport chart anymore. We're definitely not planning to come back here. We don't have to. Alright, so fly and overfly, tucket, then left turn, then out to Mibor. That seems simple enough. Sure, I'll find a way to screw it up, but we'll blame it on the Airbus, right? I pushed the wrong button. Alright. And we're dropping frame like there is no tomorrow. Hopefully it's not too bad on the stream. Why is it that there's nobody behind us? Why am I always last? Well, we'll watch departure from here. Not a problem, not a problem. So everything looks good. Little note, so we're doing flaps 1. So the Airbus, for both convenience and ability to move between different aircraft, different type ratings, use numbers. So you don't necessarily have the 17 different angles that some other manufacturers, who shall stay unnamed. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, and full. Now 1 technically is either 1 or 1 plus F. The 1 is referring to the slats. So when you put flaps 1 on the lever, you will always get slats. In the descent, that's all you get to slow you down. Here for the takeoff, you can probably not see it, but on the upper cam we have 1 plus F, so slats are on 1, flaps are down 1. If I remember it on our approach, we'll show that. And the Airbus has a flaps protection. If I were to forget to bring them up, they will come up automatically, even staying in 1. The aircraft will accelerate past way past S speed and retract the flaps for me. Similarly, that's for our landing. The ground spoiler, if you forget to arm them, you will get the ground spoiler as soon as the aircraft detect weight on wheel, WOW. So basically there are sensors on the gear that will detect that the aircraft is back down on terra firma. And it's another protection. Alright, let's give it another little move here. So let's try to figure out. I mean, on the ground you're not supposed to put more than 40%, but I don't know if Airbus has a procedure for taxiing on the grass. So we will have to go past that to get it rolling. And we're pretty heavy today, 70 ton. It's not super duper. We're, in terms of fuel, 5 tons below our max, 14 ton instead of the 19 max. Alright, we are rolling. Wonder if I can find the throttle setting that will keep us at a constant speed. Oh, gee. So Speedbird 47 Charlie probably just took off. That was the 747 from British Airways. And Giant 1741, for love of God, I can't remember its call sign. The Giant is about to get in the air. Another 747. Alright, cut the throttle. Who needs brakes? Telling you brakes are overrated. Worst case, you can stop thanks to the aircraft in front of you. So alright, my phone is exploding. It must be takeoff time.
The aircraft in front of us does not move. Where is the horn in this aircraft?
The best I can offer is the mech call, but it sounds more like calling the butler here. Yeah, I wish there was a horn. I think as a joke we could replace the sound in JeeHell for the ground crew call, right? The mech button. That would be fun.
Would know a solution for my stream.
Well, you can play any sound in your stream. Guys, if you haven't done so, whatever you speak German or not, Captain Romeo
Are you
streams
in my stream?
are top
Theory?
notch. Say again?
Are you in my stream?
1471.
Meaning, am I watching your stream?
Yes, it was my question. If you are watching my stream, my live stream.
Not me personally, no. I haven't had a chance to. But I was suggesting to our viewers to do so. See the impressive, full-size, totally enclosed captain side, first
Because I
officer
could
side jump
try-
seat.
I could try to produce a horn in my stream. We try it.
So basically, guys, if you wonder, we're connected to VATSIM, so we use the frequency and the radio on VATSIM. That's how we hear the controllers. But then we also have a virtual jump seater, which is
Would you
basically.
hear a horn?
I would not. But I'll go back and check out the stream later on. So basically,
Here in Discord.
I heard vaguely. Yeah, I heard something, but I'm too much of a talker. I'm sorry.
What is too far?
So basically, we're
Oh, I
connected
fear the
via
aircraft in
Discord.
front also didn't hear it.
That's a pity. All right, 1471 Giant is in the air.
71, thanks. I didn't find
So basically, yes.
Same problem. He has to apply full thrust to get the aircraft moving. It's the same.
I know. I was concerned in Gander. They taxied us. They were call it either the grass, the snow, or the ski slope. And indeed, the runway is flat due to technical limitation. Well, technical limitation which have been removed in the version of Lockheed Martin P3D that we use, but most runways still are constrained to be a flat surface, horizontal that is. And so there's slopes around the threshold of the runway, and we had to go down those slopes. So that was the taxiway ski slope.
We are
So-
afraid at Prestwick that they could send us into a lake.
For a little swim.
Very dark and we couldn't see the ground.
Well, in that case, just put the ditching button on and it should be fine.
With a nice view to the beach from here.
Nice. You guys took all the day flights and left me with all the night flight, didn't you?
There's a sailor outside.
Oh, okay.
Surfer or something like that.
Control, do you see traffic on runway, nose 1, Mike Echo?
Alright, we'll try not to take down the VOR. That's why I'm moving this way.
You are here, no.
So you can see, yeah, it's difficult to see in the stream, but see here on our right the VOR antenna.
I saw you AFG.
We also damaged it a little bit.
no, I'm just a bit far flung in the head, mate, sorry.
Oh man, we start hearing mate on the frequency. That smells like home.
Report airborne runway 08, making 10.
Got one more airborne, 08, ready for takeoff.
Respect 532 behind me, departing 737 runway 08, line up behind.
Line up behind 737 and then back to the home.
Alright, Delta is going. Uzbek should be next.
Just in case I have nose 1, Mike Echo on runway. This is
Alright, United
Say
1120.
again for 1120.
United 112.
What do you think it is? Alright. Oh, I thought we were
I'm sorry.
a
Say
little.
again for
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I thought we were number 9 in sequence. There's probably 3 or 4 aircraft that already left, and we are number 8. So there were more aircraft than I thought. But we're still dead last.
We're out of 2000.
Alright, plug your ears. We're going out.
Up to 320 Delta Victor.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't see any boat around us quite yet. I'm looking. I mean, normally expecting decent ground slowdown or delay in the taxi line, I would do a single engine taxi, but as we're doing it over the grass, prefer not to. And Captain Romeo is generous enough and has bought us plenty of virtual gas, so should be good. See what a minimum take a few less. So by the book, yeah, we're already below it, but 14.5, already down to 14. But once again, we have 3.5 tons for the hold, and once we get all sequence in the air, there might not be too many hold in the air. The biggest hold is on the ground. Well, we'll get going shortly. Alright, so I'll put the FO side there. We can dim these lights now that we have daylight.
Let us all take like 102.
Well, I realize I probably don't have an Uzbek airline livery for whatever aircraft he's flying, so he's all white.
Good morning, Center. Last week recording with me.
Velocity 3, 0, right, okay. I'll only cover you above flight 245.
Alright. Would I contact you for any... sorry, concerns?
Radio, good morning, speed 7702.
Well, unless somebody pulls up behind us, you know what? We're gonna wait here, and we're gonna do a backtrack on the last 300 feet of runway. You can see the departures.
Auckland Radio, say again, speed 77.
ESB I did define particle 305, climb particle 380.
Climb particle 380 is compared to 77.
Spec 532 but I did define 2400, climb particle 380.
Climb 380 is back 532.
Center velocity 230.
Velocity 330.
Just confirming we're not contacting you for any flight operations around Layo International.
Not with me. Just call me crossing particle 240.
No worries.
MG1 Charlie Bravo, report airborne runway 08, perfect takeoff.
You've taken so it.
Golf Lima, Auckland Radio.
Hello, Golf
Golf Lima, behind me, departing 737, runway 08, right behind me.
Halfway behind you in Scotland.
Ruatonga, radio.
And Captain Romeo, as I see you still number 4 in sequence, and if you want, would you mind sharing with our viewers more information about your wonderful cockpit?
No problem. And at the moment I just have to take it on my right side. There's a steep descent and the others
Yeah,
seem to have another scenery.
yeah, I was
Perhaps-
surprised
perhaps
aircraft
down.
would go that far right.
They deep down under in my scenery.
Okay.
I think if I would have gone there I wouldn't have a chance to get up.
I
on
know.
the slope.
That's why I'm waiting here. I have nobody behind me, so I'm actually gonna wait until everybody's gone and I'll go on the runway and use the turn pad.
Got a bad moment for our departure.
Yeah, the timing was a little unfortunate. That's okay. So you have a fully
Yeah.
enclosed cockpit, correct?
Correct.
And most of it, I mean a lot of it you have developed yourself, like the fuse panel and all the goodies in the back.
Well, in fact, the main panels, the MIP, the glare shield and the overheads and the pedestal, these are parts of Scalarti and Fear and Bot.
So that's identical to what I have.
And first, it looked very similar to your setup. We had a round view to our first screw, and it took years to get close. And all other the windows, the front window, the side window, and the coverage of the roof, and the back and the jump seats, that is all custom made by ourselves.
Okay. And from my previous understanding, your son has helped you with quite a few things, including all the Arduino software, all the little goodies you use.
Yes, and even these custom-made parts I told you just before, we made those mostly together.
I'm assuming they're 3D printed.
Actually, it's not so much 3D print. The bigger parts, the windows and how to say, covers in the ceiling. These are not made from 3D printed parts. They would have been too big.
Sure.
They are from they are called Xyltech plate. That's the material mix of wood and plastic.
Like resin, yeah.
Made in UK in England, and I bought them. A friend of mine in France saw them in a hardware store, and he brought them to me, and I visited and got them there. They
Very
were not
nice.
available in Germany, only in France and UK. It's a fantastic material.
Interesting.
It's light and you can cut it even with a sharp knife, but you can use normal screws to connect.
Yes, and the reason you're mentioning that is a lot of people use MDF, but MDF, although pretty easy to work with, to cut, to drill through, it's challenging when you use screws. You have to be really careful about what you do there.
I've also MDF part, mostly in the back of our cockpit. The back wall is mostly made of MDF, and some parts of the roof covering are from MDF, but those who had to be curved more, it was not MDF was not a suitable material. We tried it at first, but they broke. So for those I took PVC plastic plates, also from the hardware store, and that worked good. So it's a mix of MDF and PVC on the roof.
And I mentioned in an earlier stream the various options for the seats. What did you decide to do for your cockpit seats?
Yes, those are used seats from the German army. They were used in communication shelters, which they carry on small trucks. So they were not that expensive as one could buy them used. We had to clean them for sure, but they are very comfortable.
Great. And you have a full jump seat as well,
Yeah,
correct? That folds?
Those seats are not as fantastic matching as your seat.
Oh, come on.
They are not as big as normal car seats, and that's the advantage of them.
Yep. What is the width? It's like 40 or 42 centimeters. I mean, the
Yes,
seats
around
are
40,
pretty
42, yeah,
pretty
right.
narrow. And then you have the wide armrest. That is probably the biggest benefit of going with a replica of an Airbus seat.
But they were definitely built for slim soldiers.
Yeah, my wife always said that probably not too many fat pilots because it's a little tricky.
And yes, they have armor, and I leave them as they are. So I have not the wide Airbus-like left armrest, but one can adjust it, and so it's a good solution.
And now, I know you'll have to line up soon, and I'll let you go. But tell us about all the little goodies. I mean, flashlights and other emergency equipment, and you know, I show my gear pins, but that's nothing compared to your collection.
listen for appearance and then we will be back.
Alright.
Center United.
Fly the plane first, folks. Fly the plane. Even on the ground. Oh, somebody's coming behind us, so... we don't want to lose our hard-earned spot here.
United 1120 up 2360.
So we either clip the VOR or clip the windsock. I think I'm gonna go with the windsock.
People 950 track, we are switching off cockpit for 10 minutes. It's going on for the side of our neck. But
Wow, looks like my grass taxiing skills are finally coming together. So I have to kind of guesstimate with the wingspan.
As long as the one in front of us does not have the takeoff clear. A little bit funny thing of our seats is that they even have a suspension. As now he got his takeoff clear.
Yeah, we'll watch him taking off. Yeah, my left wing is way clear of the runway, so he's good. Alright, here he goes. West Atlantic. Shoes. Go, JeeHell, go!
JeeHell, 4 runway 08, line up.
That's what we want to hear.
Auckland ready again, New Zealand 120, just entered your airspace. Remember that's Tasmanian Sea for Auckland, bound for Auckland. I know you're pretty busy right now, I was just wondering if you might be able to give us a clearance.
New Zealand 1, 2...
So now we have a good view to your beautiful aircraft. And you should have a good view on ours.
Absolutely. Flashing my brights at you. Say hi and safe flight.
I'm waving.
27 Foxtrot Quebec going into flight climb flight level 340.
what is the climbing flight level 340 for 7 Foxtrot Quebec?
Mike, X-ray 538, leaving way space now, nothing further for you. Condition Econ 122 days. Simulate, goodbye.
West Unicom 122.8, telling 538. Bye.
Speed at 661 with information Delta, ready to taxi on the zero.
Sorry, aircraft calling, say call sign.
Speed at 661 with taxi.
Speed Thunderbird 661 taxi via the grass, hold runway 08.
By the grass,
I guess we're not the last one. There's an aircraft waiting in line behind us. Another
Yeah,
British Airways
441
Speedbird
runway
wants
08,
to
clear for
taxi.
And with the way, cleared for takeoff GM.
Speedbird 17 Kilo Alpha after the departing day, frequency runway 08, line up.
Line up behind departing aircraft from 08, so we want to
And into the sun he goes. Must have a slightly different scenario because I'm sure he is on the center line. And we didn't clip the windsock yet, so it's good. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Blue sky, Captain Romeo.
I'm not very ready to do it here for 4,000.
Yeah, 44 identified, climb flight level 320.
That's flight level 320 here for 4.
And he's down to just a little speck in the sky. He's doing the turn as per the standard instrument departure. Toket 1 Papa, Mibor transition.
Understand for 32 minutes.
Hello, Center, Velocity 330 with you.
Yeah, you don't want to go down that slope.
Alpha, report everyone runway 08, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff from 08, so you want to
So the Speedbird.
JeeHell 41 Tango Delta after the departing day 320 runway is 08, line up behind.
After departing aircraft lineup behind runway 08, JeeHell for 1 Tango Delta.
Hello, Center, Velocity 330 with you, fast flight level 265.
Velocity 330, good day. Velocity 330, do you have a flight plan currently?
I filed it, but for me it's not showing up on similar either, so I'm not sure if it probably went through.
Do you just want to try that again? We've got nothing there for you.
It should be working now.
Velocity 330, that's much better there. Velocity 330, climb flight level 3.
Climbing 300, velocity 30.
017 kilo Alpha, passing flight level 2000.
Alright, we pushed back 47 minutes ago.
Station calling off the radio second.
Speedbird 17 kilo Alpha, passing flight level 3000.
17 kilo Alpha, g'day, climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340, speed 17 kilo.
Alright, everything looks good. Just waiting for takeoff clearance in a second.
GL41 Tango Delta, report airborne runway 08, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 08, GL41 Tango Delta. Alright, got our
Got one after the departing A320.
takeoff clearance, so
08,
takeoff.
Ascot 1 after departing A320, line up and wait behind. Ascot 1.
French Baguette 12 Papa, can we leave flight level 360 for 380?
Let's go, man. Flex 48 SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
French
Thrust
Baguette
set.
12 Papa, Foxtrot Bravo Tango.
French Baguette 1 to second, your request.
Request flight level 380, French Baguette 12 Papa.
French Baguette 1 to half pipe, unable to traffic above there.
100 knots, checked.
Roger, French Baguette 1 to Papa.
V1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Little turn to the left. V2 plus 10. Climb fly level 340 GL41 Tango Delta. My bad. Forgot to call him. Sorry about that. I should have called him once airborne. That's what he had asked. Alright, speed check. Flaps up. Flaps up.
Sorry, who was asking for flight level 400?
Equestrian 10, Echo Quebec Alpha 1.
Turning west. Just took off from the Cook Islands. Another one in the book. Yes, it is a cookbook joke. Some viewers asked for that joke, so Alright. Accelerating to 250 knots. Still below 10,000. So we're gonna start pitching the nose up. Trading potential higher speed for higher vertical speed, higher climb rate. Is always good. Speed and altitude are your friends. You don't want to run out of them. I'm not gonna chase the flight path.
Scott 1, clear for takeoff, runway 08, report airborne, roger.
No need to put the passenger through this left turn and then another sharp right. We're just gonna eyeball it here, gently rejoin. So yes, we're gonna be right off track, but alright, and to minimize the workload, I'm gonna go do it from this side, direct, ignore, makes sense, confirm, autopilot 1 on, autopilot on. So with thrust climb, we can go standard. It cleared us through a flight level, so flight level 340 blue. After takeoff checklist, so gears are up, flaps are retracted, packs are on, and we already set the Barrow to standard 3 times after takeoff checklist completed. Approaching 10,000, so turn off the light, you can get your favorite electronic device
Auckland radio, Ascot 1 with you passing 1100.
And off we go.
Ascot 1 320, I think I filed 340, sir. Roger that.
So 54 minutes after we push back, we cross flight level 10,000 or altitude 10,000. I think the transition is at 13 or 15 here. Transition altitude out of the Cook Island is 13,000, but once again, as we got clear to a flight level, it's totally fine to put the standard. All right.
Did you already report airborne?
I forgot to do that. Then he called me and gave me my new filed flight level. So it's my bad. I should have reported.
But so now I have your next clearance. I can continue to talk to you. I wanted to until you have time. But that. Yes, what I wanted to say is it's a little bit funny thing that those seats are even have a suspension, which is a little bit counterproductive for a cockpit seat. But luckily one can adjust the suspension to the weight of the driver, and they are built for very heavy truck drivers. You may not choose if you correlate the word heavy with the drivers or with the truck. So we adjusted those suspensions for the heaviest truck driver imaginable, and so you don't feel any more from this suspension than these are fixed seats.
Very nice. Right, looks like a beautiful day, folks. So we're gonna take the seatbelt sign off. Feel free to stretch lower legs in the back.
Down there, one never got how heavy drivers these seats can stand. The maximum weight of the driver could be 130 kilograms. With a bottle of beer in his hand.
Well, it's a German quality.
Tell us something. Tell us something of your fantastic seats.
Sure. So when I was looking for cockpit seats, a little bit in the spirit of what Captain Romeo described, I thought I could probably use a truck seat. That's another environment where you have a comfortable seat for people sitting there for extended period of time. So I looked at those, but as we briefly touched on prior, they're kind of wide. They're bucket seat, whereas the Airbus seat are pretty flat. And then they don't have the armrest. So started looking at, short of buying actual seats, which are very expensive, even if they come from scrapped aircraft, I looked at 5 or 6 companies. You'd be surprised. 5 or 6 companies around the world sell replicas for cockpit builders. So a couple of companies in Europe, Turkey, I think here in the US, I'm not sure, I remember exactly. There's a lot of chatter on the text vacancy. Okay, it's not us missing or call. Good. And so after looking at the various seats, my initial idea was to look maybe at just a quote-unquote mechanical seat, so that you have to understand that the seat is narrow and there's probably 3 centimeters, maybe 2 inches on each side, so that you have the side stick and all the pedestal control at your fingertips, literally. And so the seat has to be able to move back and ideally away, so that you can enter the cockpit relatively, or the seat relatively easily. And so on a Boeing aircraft, 737 like, there's something called like a J rail, so from the letter J, because it's shaped like that, it goes back first and then it turns away, it curves away. The Airbus seats are a little different because they are electrical, so they're fixed base, and it's the seat on top of the base that moves first back and then away to the left on the captain's side, away to the right on the FO side. So I decided ultimately to splurge and get the electrical version, and that gives a very nice first impression when people come in and look at the cockpit and then say, how do you get in there? And sure enough, you have 2 little switch, one for the horizontal track, one for the vertical adjustment, and you can get the seat back. So that's my seat story for you.
The possibility of electrical movement in your seats, that's a fantastic feature.
Yes, and the other benefit... Oh, sorry. Just one last quick comment. The other benefit of the seat, as they are a replica of A320 seat, is that they have the wide armrest with the 2 roller that you can use to adjust both the height of the armrest and the pitch of the armrest. As we mentioned in a prior stream. Go ahead.
I think you also have the indication of the angle in those armrests.
Correct. So one roller control the pitch, one roller control the height, and you see 2 little needle moving on a mechanical scale. One goes from the letter A to the letter K, so just following the alphabet, and one goes from the number 1 to the number 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And so each and every Airbus pilot will adjust the armrest based on their physiognomy and have a comfortable rest on the elbow. The wrist, if even, maybe just the tips of their finger is what manipulates the side stick. So every Airbus pilot would know, once they find a comfortable position, what are both the letter and the number. So in my case, I'm a Hotel 2. H for one of the setting and 2 for the other. So in my case, it's not really a big deal because I'm the main user. But if someone else, they always feel bad setting up the seat differently. I'm like, no, don't worry. I'll put it back to H2 and off we go. And that's what real pilots do when they get into a different aircraft, which they do all day long. They just set it up the way they like it. And the same for the rudder pedal. There's a horizontal adjustment.
That's actually a very nice feature, which I'm, for those who watch my stream, I can also a little bit adjust my armrest. There are grey colored wheels, rolls of wheels to adjust with a screw, but there's no indication, so I have to look what is the result and then to further adjust it. And what really is missing is the left armrest for the captain and the right arm for the FO to comfortably have a rest for the arm, which is on the side. Thought about building something like that on top of those armrests, but didn't have a good idea how to imitate that. And the other thing is the electrical movement. I have a lateral movement on rail. Rails, I think they are built for big 3D printers or for industrial machines which need lateral guidance, and they work very well. But I don't have the possibility to move them electrical, so I have to move the seat with my leg. There's nothing in the cockpit which could stand the power when I grip to it and move the seat with that. But the seat belts I have built to those seats, 5-point seat belts as in the air, but they are actually on the Airbus seat belts. They are cheap ones, which we bought at eBay, and they are destined for rally drivers, for rally cars. And
very
they do
nice.
their work, and they help moving the check.
I'm
I
sure.
also can move it to the side. They were moved on those rails you all know from your car, and I turned them by 90 degrees. I used them not for the straight movement, but for the movement to the side. And so I can pull the seat back, and then when he is back to the side, so that I can enter the seat as comfortable as in a real Airbus.
Nice. So just
But that
to
also
visualize that.
with your seat, it's not electric. It's
Mhm.
manual.
So the seats came with their
I
own
think that
rails.
works.
Is that correct? The seats came
Yes,
with their
they
own
came
rail
with their
for
own rail.
adjustment, and that's your back and forth movement. But then you mounted the full seat assembly on rails that are then at 90 degree for the lateral movement away from the pedestal.
Exactly. And when I bought them, they were also on a heavy metal construct. I think 40 to 50 centimeters high for those military communication shells. But you can't use them. The seat would have been much too high for the cockpit. I removed those, and I could sell them for a small amount on eBay. So they are not left. But that was easy to do, as they were only mounted with some screw. Do you also have shakers in your seats?
No, not at this point. I've seen people, and I have to say the flight sim community, like many of these kind of hobbyist communities, so resourceful. We've seen people attach like bass, chair shakers to their seats, Is that something you did to have the vibration at touchdown and things like that?
Many people call them by the nice name ass kickers. But that is really a nice feature if you roll with the aircraft over such a bumpy ground as we did just before. You can feel it.
So the seat of the pants
your butt.
is real.
And also if you give full thrust or full reverse, you do not only hear it, you feel it.
Very nice. Well,
and even now we feel it. The movement of the air outside of the aircraft, we can feel it in the seats.
Yeah, it touches on an interesting topic, which is how far you want to go, because sometimes some of these effects, be it tactile like the vibration or audible, I mean the JeeHell software reproduce all the good sound, the alerts and all that, but it also reproduce the whine of the electrical system, the fans, the electronics bay, and I have to say I've kind of tuned those down because yes, I want realistic, but I'm not sure I want a realistic headache by sitting 6 hours in the cockpit.
At the moment we miss the little dog down in the cargo compartment, which will mean our PTU sound does not work.
Yeah, I know you reported that on the newer version. I'm still on the older one, and the PTU did work when we, because our start sequence is engine 2 first, so once that come online, the green hydraulic system on the left side is not, there's no hydraulic pressure, so the PTU kicks in and you can hear it, and it's the well-known barking dog. It is a very noticeable sound, especially if you're sitting in the back. But that one is fun and short-lived, so hopefully you'll get it back soon.
We just remarked that we only have the half of the sound in our stream, because what we talk about here in Discord for your stream, I have not switched into my stream, and if you agree, we would also switch that into our stream. The last 1 or 2 minutes. I see it in your stream. Greetings to your wife. And I see her deploying the fantastic. I see her floating through your cockpit with your fantastic electrical seat. Do you have the intention to build a full shell? it's good to have still have challenges ahead. The worst thing for a cockpit builder is when the cockpit is ready. Actually, it's never ready.
And I can't.
That's the beauty.
Can't.
Yes, you can. Do you hear him now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's part of the fun. I know some of my flight sim buddy would always joke because I was busy not flying but building, but I enjoyed the building part as much as the flying part. I think at least I'm past the point where I have more hours in the sim than building the sim, so that's a milestone.
As you are talking about beauty, the aircraft above us, the Neptune 7 Foxtrot, kept just when we dived underneath. He kept standing still in the air. I think he was overwhelmed by the nice delivery of our aircraft. Wanted to admire it.
I cannot think
Now
of a
he's
better
landed.
explanation.
It is beautiful. Those blues.
Well, I have to say, little story from the night flight yesterday. I ran into some issue. For some reason, the software and hardware stopped communicating. So the software was still working fine. The aircraft was just flying nicely, following track, following flight level. But I realized that none of the hardware controls had any effects. So if you look at my track, like you did, Captain Romeo, yesterday, I had to perform somewhat tricky, not a full reboot of the system because I would have lost my position and all that good stuff, but we kept the sim running. We restarted all the hardware driver and restarted all the software components of the GLFMGS. Luckily there's a way to start it with engine running, but still we took a little bit of a nosedive. I had to move away from the track. And one concern, Olympic Airways pilot was kind enough to reach out to me via text message, making sure I was okay. So shout out to him. I don't remember the exact call sign. I think it might have been OAL225 or something like that. It was 5 a.m. for that guy in Greece, flying Olympic Airways. But told him what happened. Told him that I would be climbing back to flight level 360 where we were on a parallel track, and then found a nice gap in the sequence of aircraft to rejoin, and everything was working, at least from the hardware software perspective after that. Pilot was a little different story, but we got it done once again.
So Sean is asking if you know how many hours the entire assembly took for your cockpit. We wish we had done a time lapse. I wish we had done a time lapse.
So yeah, you can repeat the question in the mic.
I did.
If they heard you. Okay. So
Have those moving tables, those sliding tables?
just one second, and I'll answer that question as well. So for the question from Sean, I mean it was done over the span, let's say the bulk of it, by the time we got all the crates delivered, and then I had first flight, was over the span of 3 months. Some days I would wake up at 5 and get working until late into the evening.
He worked a lot longer on this thing than he did when he was ever at National Instruments. He was very dedicated.
Yes, yes. It's the difference between doing what you like and doing what you love. So ultimately, I think I must have spent around 500 hours or something like that building it. I mean, most of it, I say building, most of it was assembling it. The building part was mostly then the floor that we discussed. So the cockpit sits on a wood floor that is raised 5 or 6 inches over the tiled floor that we have in this room, and that is such that I could anchor everything, but mostly the stand that is coming over here and holding all overhead, and the seats that we talk about, these are bolted into 5 or 6 inch of wood, so they're not going anywhere. So that would be my guesstimate, but very much in the spirit of what Captain Romeo said. A finished cockpit is a sad cockpit, you know. You want to keep going. You want to add that one more thing. I think Captain Perro even have a blog on that exact feeling. So we all enjoy very much spending time designing, developing, implementing, testing, debugging, a little bit of flying here and there, but both for the hardware and the software side of things. And I have to say, it's amazing nowadays, obviously with the internet, with the community, with Arduinos, with open source and freeware, you can implement things that basically some aircraft don't even have been upgraded to. So it's very nice.
I like that quote. Quote of the day.
Quote of the day?
It's
all
a
right.
Captain Romeo quote?
I don't know. So, going back to your question, Captain Romeo, yes, a well-known feature of the Airbus family of products is the tray table. And so on the captain side, I do have a fully functional tray table and footrest. Unfortunately, on the FO side, it is currently in-up. So I need to put a big in-up sticker on that one.
Had to draw the line somewhere. That was a challenge, right?
Yes.
When
just
you
one more
Is it
thing.
also the one from Fear and Hot?
Yes, it is from Virempot.
That's the challenge when you're doing a big project, when it gets so big. It's easy to say, oh, well, I've already spent this much. One more little thing. So, but he did draw the line at my tray table. Just kidding.
That's right.
And he does have the mute button. He has reminded me, so I'm going to try to be nice.
What about your setup, Captain Romeo? Do you have the silly question? I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Do you have the tray table?
Did we lose him?
Captain Romeo has left the frequency. I don't know if we've to talk. I mean, we're just chit-chatting here like there is no next controller. I mean, I think we'll do the entire flight under Auckland. Yes, I can hear you. Maybe some hardware difficulties on Captain Romeo's side. Although
Better
we know
him
that
than us.
never. don't even say it. Don't even
Last
say
night.
it.
I got to tell you guys, Captain Tango was very dedicated last night and stuck with things.
Ding dong, we got the 80s.
Long after
Hardy.
many others might have given up.
All right, let's do the same. Let's try to pick up the Iris at our destination, which is November Foxtrot November, if I remember correctly. Put that here. Send it. Company message, received message. There we go. Here comes the Iris. Well, another side project was the printer. So why don't you do us the honor and press the LS key right 6 across from here.
Okay, there you go. That. Why don't you tell us about that
And voila.
printer?
So the Airbus. No,
see.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Please. That's only accessible to maintenance. So the Airbus, like most aircraft, have a ACARS or a printer.
Show them the printer.
So we have a little printout now, coming straight from the MCU through the printer as we pull 80s echo. So as much as I like the printout, I always make a copy for myself. Redundancy, 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 so that if that little thing flies somewhere, which inevitably it will do at one point in time, I'll have on my little notepad here for all our communication, I'll have the ATIS. I wonder if we were... oh, he logged out. Are we supposed to go Unicom? I think we're supposed to go Unicom. We'll do that in a second. So it is at destination, which is November Foxtrot November Natty, Fiji Island, time 1719er Zulu. So very recent. It's 80s echo, so each 80s has a letter, so that you know by the time it gets to Foxtrot that that's the next one, and you need to update. Expect RNP approach, so we'll look at that once we get a little closer. Runway 27. So we'll have to
Auckland radio, Ascot 1 requesting flight level
check
340.
that out. Approach 27 for arrival. For arrival, runway 20. For departure... okay, sorry. Expect RNP approach, runway 27 for arrivals, runway 20 for departure. So they have crossing runways in Natty. Grass taxiways in use. You have to love this kind of NOTAM. Backtrack at ATC discretion. Wind are variable at 2. Variable at 2, so we'll put 00 in the box. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Clouds few at 3000. Temperature 24. And QNH 1010. We'll obviously check the ATIS again as we get closer, but we can put the QNH to 1010. At least closer to what we would expect, and then we switch everything back to standard 3 times set. Flight level 340, we have not disturbed the flight. Alright, so the official Airbus location for the printout is in front of the throttle quadrant. It's one of the rare spots where we have a little bit of room, and also reduce the likelihood that it would just fly away. So while we were talking with Captain Romeo,
interrupt you about our destination, because actually in the Navigraph chart there isn't any special approach for runway 27. And there isn't an RNP approach for runway 27, that's for 20. So I wonder if this is a typo in the ATC.
Well, 20 is definitely the longest runway. So believe it.
20 is the usual runway in Nadi.
Yes. Alright, well, we'll see as we get closer. Yeah, I'd only printed the star into Natty. Our last waypoint is Bedok, so I'm expecting the Tedum or Kalta. But this is all for runway 20.
If they really want us to go to 27, this would be a funny adventure, because it would only work as a visual approach. And due to the terrain in Fiji, there is not much place for
runway 2. Yeah, looking at the chart. Okay. Well, we'll double check and see what they give aircrafts in front of us, but that's a good observation. Captain Romeo always thinking ahead of the game here, as he should.
Yeah. So I will slow down in this challenging approach, and in the final or in the downwind I will change to the DC-3. and so I won't have any problem.
Now you know that aircraft Pat Dunn. Tell us about your DC-3 adventures.
If I begin with this flight would be too short to do that.
I understand, but maybe we can get the 2-hour version, not the 7-hour version.
I understand these were 34,000 miles in 3 years. And
How many?
my son will laugh now.
4,000 miles? Is that what you said?
Yes. The fact he is laughing about it, we made a fairly more than 10,000 screenshots.
10,000 screenshots?
And when I begin talking about this adventure, I will show them all to you.
Wow.
And so this flight would be definitely much too short to show them all.
Understood.
To be serious again.
Yes. Well, that was an impressive adventure from Alaska down to the southern tip of Terra del Fuego, Ushuaia, and the like.
Let me have a quick look to Little Nav Map. What Little Nav Map says to runway 26. Oh, the most important fact for us is that it's lighted.
Are you planning a nighttime arrival? Because I'm not giving up this daylight, I'm telling you.
Flying rear time, so it's after this long, these long 2 nighttime flights. Now we have bright sun here above the cloud, and it's.
You tell me, Captain Romeo.
You must be tired. How are you holding out there, Captain Romeo?
I'm too tired to be tired.
I know how that is. We're all going to crash and burn.
Here in our cockpit, that is a display of the local time, and it now shows. Oh, we may not forget the dateline. We now have 7 o'clock and 26 minutes, and so it's late.
That's a good idea. At the local time.
Yeah, the dateline is just west of Niue Island and Airport. And I will display our FSW time. So we are curious what FSW time will tell us when we cross the dateline.
And that's November India Uniform Echo, is that correct, Niue?
Exactly. A little bit west.
So fun fact about Niue. It is the only airport I know where the name of the airport and the ICAO code are the same.
I didn't know it before, but I also was very astonished when I noticed it when I installed the scenery for it. I did that if we don't have fuel enough, but it's no problem.
Yep. Yeah, so currently on the equitime point, Niue is our first diversion airport along the route. So I enter it instead of the default destination, which is NFFN. So we're showing an ATP in 30 nautical miles. So for now I have kept Rarotonga in my progress page. If for any reason we feel like we need to get down to the ground quickly, that would be our preferred option, turn back. And I haven't entered a wind, so let me enter a wind component. I'll use the current wind here, 223 at 48, and do that for both segments ahead of us and behind us, as we're almost in the mid. And it didn't change too much, but it pushed the distance a little more from 30 to 37, which is not surprising as we are facing a little bit of headwind. So yeah, Niue, November, India, Uniform Echo. and it's sitting on the 170 west line. I would
just show and continue showing FS real time just above the horizon now in my strip, and for all three simulator time, UTC and local, it still shows beginning of Carnival, the 11th of the 11th of November.
Interesting. How do we have Carnival in November?
I
mean, it's the southern hemisphere, I understand.
Party. It's a party in Cologne. You will actually know. Well, it's not that far away from Brussels. And on the 11th at 11 o'clock and 11 minutes, they start celebrating the carnival season.
Interesting. So basically, once we cross the what is it called? The day line light. What do you call it? Drawing a blank.
I think it should be called dateline.
The date line. So basically, right now where we are, it is still Friday, November 11th. But as soon as we cross that line, it will be Saturday.
Exactly.
And technically in Zulu time, the arrival time in Sydney is on a Sunday, correct?
Yes, in Zulu time it's Sunday morning, early morning. Well, that's because it's another day for us to early get up. And I think for you
it's like 4 a.m. No, it's like 4 a.m.
But it's right after your flight.
Our planned arrival in Sydney is...
Yeah, so tonight...
We stayed up.
Yeah, if we... Yes. I have an appointment at 10 a.m. So I don't know if I'm up for staying up until 4 a.m., but we'll see. Yes, we will do leg 43 and 44. Auckland, Christchurch, and Christchurch, Melbourne. Probably arrive around 2 a.m. local time, so that's Central time, Central Standard Time, UTC -6 right now. And then the next flight, which is not too long, is the milk run from Melbourne to Sydney, but that would probably be arrival time around 4 a.m. local here in Texas. So please make sure you record it if we decide to go to bed.
We cross underneath Harbour Bridge.
Yeah, I want to see that. Okay, so we are passing Oraji. I'll do a quick fuel check. So time of flight.
JeeHell, reporting back in cockpit.
Here's Captain Pero, the man.
No.
Oh, that's Micah. Sorry, Micah. You would think that by now. It's one of the guy with a German accent. Sorry.
Yep, be warned. You are in both of our streams live.
Okay. What an honor.
It's always good to have you on board, Micah.
What an honor for us to have. Exactly. What an honor to have you in our stream.
Captain Mike Delta, right?
Yes, that is Captain
So
Mike
going?
Delta. Well, it's going west. That's
Well,
all
we
that
didn't-
matters to me. It's going west.
Going west and heading for tomorrow.
Yep. Good.
But is there really such a thing as
We
tomorrow?
are going to cross the date line.
I thought it was always today. And that's why it's called the present.
What happened? You switched to philosophic mode?
Too much night time, you know? These long flights, there's this little ideas that come into the cockpit and get stuck in the cramped space. They have nowhere to go, and they start germinating in your head. And despite being on the ground for 40 minutes, you can't get rid of them. They grow and they grow and they grow, and yeah.
So Mike is on the flight.
So you can imagine what I felt yesterday with waiting 1 hour for my pushback.
I know. Well, we were. Hold on. Let me give you our block. Block off today was 15:57. Takeoff 16:48. So that's 49 minutes on the ground in Rarotonga.
Okay.
I guess we can push it. Are you using Mach decimal 8.1? You probably already pushed it to Mach decimal 8.1, did you?
Yes, Terry, we speed up to
I
Mach
forgot
decimal
to do
8.1.
that.
We need to catch up that delay theory.
I know.
How is he
Yeah, if
doing?
you want, we'll take the aircraft.
Is it on Discord?
Yes, he's on Discord. Why don't you ask him?
The engines will need to relax for a time.
I can imagine.
Good morning, Mike.
We are getting all out of them.
Captain Mike Delta. Hello.
Yes, that's me. Hello.
Hello, this is
Lovely
first
good evening
officer.
or good morning or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever. It's just whatever.
It's afternoon for him. It's 6:36.
It's presents.
That's right.
And presents for you, as I know.
Yeah, and you're flying the next leg, I take it.
Kind of. I'm the escort girl for Peter.
Oh, nice. Cute.
So how are things going in Texas?
I have no idea. I've been stuck in this room for the last 5 days. It's cooler. It's probably only, what, 17 degrees C or something like that, down from the 26, 27 we had a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what we call a cold front here. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's 17 degrees, so that's pretty chilly.
Yeah, I was joking with Peter yesterday because I'm sitting in my basement with starting 10 degrees and having a pullover and a jacket, and I saw you on the stream with a t-shirt. So that's Texas.
That's right. Yeah, we talk a lot about our cockpits. I don't want to talk about the air conditioning or the lack of air conditioning in this room.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it gets pretty hot. I mean, we keep the Haas probably around 25, 26, but then by the time of a couple of flights, it easily get to close to 29, despite the fan and the actual AC. But it's probably 1.5, maybe 2 kilowatts dissipated from the computers, the screens.
Yeah, my room, again, it's 10 degrees when I start, and when I leave it's 23, 24, so same here.
Nice. Yeah, and it's actually, interestingly enough, or at least to me, benefit of night flying. These giant 75-inch TV dissipate way less heat when the image is much darker. So it's not just the computer, the screens are a decent contribution to the overall heat dissipation in the room.
Okay.
Alright, so I think we have ETP sequence, so I'm gonna move November India Uniform Echo as my first point, and I think our next and final diversion airport is November Foxtrot. Where is that guy? Must be on the road somewhere here. November Foxtrot Tango Foxtrot. Whatever that is. Alright, so we are 430 nautical miles from that ETP, but the airport is much further south to compared to a route of flight, so we'll probably never get closer than a couple of hundred nautical miles. It's between the NU to Palmy segment of the flight. So right now we're headed to November Uniform, 230 nautical miles from it. So do you guys want to share, as we have almost the whole gang here, your favorite anecdote or anecdotes from WorldFlight 2022? I think for every one of us, it's the first time we're doing it. I mean, the full 45 flight. I know Captain Romeo has experience from previous years flying some of the legs, but any fun facts you wanna share? Why don't you go first, Micah?
Yeah, well, we have our stream, and I just written some of these things. So for me yesterday, it was not fun. It was really annoying. 60-minute waiting from pushback request to actual pushback. So that was a downside. For me, the most vital fun part of all this stuff is this international talking and the fun we had yesterday when being in it was La Paz. The tower went offline, so there was a crash. And the whole crowd was waiting for the lineup, and all the guys are coming in.
Oh, wow.
So we simulated the tower, and we had so much fun. It was really just laughing all the time.
By that, do you mean one of the pilots stepped up and decided to play ATC?
No, I thought, because nobody said something, and I started. So because there was somebody asking for landing permission, and I just approved it because there was nobody around. And then things kept started and keep rolling. So it was really like a push to the next one, always a push to the next level. And at the end it was a real fun event, having all the communications with the departing and the landing planes.
Oh, that is cool.
Copy. Yeah, something probably not as intense, but something similar happened, I think, during our flight from Kimberley to Luanda. So Angola. I think they had issues with the server or the client for the ATC. We were still a cruise, but about to descend, and one by one he was issuing clearance to the aircraft in front of us, and then he crashed, he came back, he crashed, he came back, and then he was gone. And so people were asking, well, are we supposed to go to Unicom? And so we stayed on the frequency, but I elected to kind of use the last descent clearance that he had issues for all aircrafts in front of us to descend at least to that altitude, and then announce that I would be holding at the last, waypoint I was clear to. And that was kind of fun. He came back just as I was entering the hold, so we got vector out of the hold pretty much immediately. But yeah, the people, for people who are not familiar with flying on VATSIM, there's this concept of a Unicom, which is a real concept, except that we use it everywhere in any situation if there is no controller controlling your airspace, in which case you have to announce to other aircraft your intention, and you have to kind of play nice. Everybody has to play nice with everyone else, which when you have 2 or 3 aircraft at an uncontrolled field, that's one thing. When you have 20, 30 exhausted, tired, wants to get home pilots coming in a single runway airfield, it can get interesting.
Look, I can add telling about the Wild West landing just at the end of the prior flight down to Rarotonga. all the aircrafts were sent down to approach by Tahiti radio, and he did much too high, all were much too. And first the approach controller, he tried to solve the situation, but then he told, okay guys, that's too much.
I'm out of here.
I give it up. And he did, before he disconnected, he wished us good luck with landing, and then he disconnected. Yeah, and so
see
we
ya.
all had to
Don't want to
do the landing
be
in
ya.
Unicorn. And we also were much too high. We made a small 360 to the right, and we announced our final in Unicorn. And when we were just turning to our there was another aircraft we will not tell the call sign, who turned into our flight path with less than 2 miles separation.
Yeah, we won't tell the call sign, we'll just
word.
give a cue. It starts with 14 and end with 71.
No. We won't tell it. It's not that problem. It went out. And I told him, you turned into my flight line with 2 miles separation, caution. And I told him my ground speed, and it's all okay. He told me you leave the runway immediately when he's down, and we decelerated to final approach speed, even I think 7 or 8 miles from west. And via Unicom I report to our Rarotonga traffic. JeeHell 44 will perform a formation landing with this course line on runway 08.
But he did vacate pretty quickly,
And we
so
did so, but he landed a little bit faster. I think he had 165 or 170 knots when then.
It's a big fat 747. Come on.
It wasn't a problem. Maybe he ruined his brakes. Michael, perhaps you can help him with the spare parts of your car.
Alright. It's too early to talk about that.
Next Tuesday for next time.
Yeah. So we had something similar. Go
I
ahead.
was disappointed. I could not perform a formation landing if he wouldn't have accelerated. That would be a good separation for a nice formation landing. I thought about asking him JeeHell 44 request to join formation as right wingman for landing.
Well, I had something similar actually coming into the previous airport, whatever it might be. Easter Island. Man, I'm mixing my airports now. Easter Island, that flight was a challenge all along. I already mentioned the issue at cruise. We had an issue with our init B page on the ground leaving Santiago. But then, yeah, there was a 747, and those aircraft can fly decently faster than us, even when we crank up our Mach number to decimal 81, which is pretty much the maximum for the Airbus. So he was coming hot behind me. I heard the controller giving him vector for traffic 20° left, and so the controller asked me to keep my speed even below 10,000 speed. There was no speed restriction, 10,000 feet, no speed restriction. So I knew I wanted to help him, but I was still, pretty high. The platform altitude for the ILS we were shooting is 2,500. I must have been still, I think the last clear altitude was 7,000. And we're probably only 12 track miles. So I descended at like 270. I had the gear down, 15 miles out, speed brake, everything I could do. Guess I forgot to put the landing lights. I think that could have, or maybe they were out. Doesn't help much, but every bit counts. So I really didn't want to have to go around, and I could hear in the voice of the controller that he was nervous, that yes, I was trying to help, but not to the detriment of our flight. So I think I finally slowed down to 250 on base, then 220 close to the turn to the ILS, and because we were vectored to the direct ILS, so the last waypoint, I think it was Odgeg, is like 2,500 where you capture the glide slope. So it was a very, very decelerated approach. And on top of that, for whatever reason, my localizer was easily 200 meters 300 meter left of the actual runway, so I had to do a sidestep visual. But we got it done. We got it done. Done and done.
You would have had another option. You could have changed your active sky to 150 knots heading.
True.
To request a vertical landing.
Yeah, you can always play God and land on the helipad, I guess.
So my sister and brother-in-law are air traffic controllers, or were, they're retired now. And I remember they had a term called a deal. People are not respecting the standard for air traffic separation.
Well, I did what he asked me to do and respect the spirit of what he asked me to do. And no speed restriction means it's up to the pilot to decide when you start slowing down. And so I tried to do my best to respect what he was asking me and the traffic behind me.
Michael, you could also report about the late landing clearance you obeyed at the latest ever.
Yeah, right. This was literally at touchdown. So, and
Well,
yesterday I had to go around as well. So that was my first go around on the tour yesterday.
So you had to perform the
Yeah,
go-around, correct?
Yeah, I had it. So I was way too fast, but there was chaos, and they did not get me another speed restriction. It was still too fast, and I recognized not on my own that I'm too fast. So it was a double-sided fault, not only me but also the controller.
Well, usually it's a combination, right? And that's what happens in real-world accident. And well, someone told me once that, hey, every approach should be seen as a go-around with the possibility to land.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that's why I like the fact that a lot of operators changed the call at minimum, because in the past it was a landing if the landing was assured, but that kind of put the pilot in the mindset of landing, whereas now a lot of people use continue, which is basically continuing the approach. You're not necessarily committing.
Yeah. But the more important question is, do I see bananas in your stream?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Oh. Now you're thinking, are you?
Well, there are many other teams.
Today is banana shirt day.
For instance,
you might have to put your headset down. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, ask me tomorrow. Yeah. Wait 5 minutes and ask me tomorrow.
Okay.
No, there are many teams streaming. WorldFlight team Germany with the 738. That is streaming.
Double banana, very good.
Yeah, and I have the banana shirt too.
Nice.
It says the older you get, the better you get, unless you're a banana.
I read it, yeah.
Oh.
Actually, I like these old bananas because they are quite sweet. So.
All right.
Yes, me too. I'm a ripe banana person.
We'll stop the banana talking right here, right now.
Good. I will check for my clearance first thing. Is that going good?
Clearance? What is that? Clearance schmearance. Are we catching up the guy in front of us? I mean, he's 40 miles, so that's not an issue. What's happening there? Enjoying the electrical seat?
Yes.
You can
doing another demonstration of how the seat works.
And not only you have no table, but you have no footrest. Both the table and the footrest are in up.
Yeah, I can have a baby.
All right.
I think this is a good position for giving birth.
Well, maybe we should go back to the banana talk then. All right, so equi-time, we're still 3:27. I wonder where we're gonna pass it. We said past November uniforms, so they're still...
Are they still on?
I think they are. I don't hear them either. we have another company message. I'm gonna pull it on my side so I can filter it before deciding what happens here. Oh, that was simply the ATIS that I didn't clear, so okay, we're good. So, how are we doing on the stream there? Any questions? Are we scared everybody away?
Got a text from Kim. She hears me. Hi, Kim.
Hi to Kim.
And who is Smagnet again?
Who?
Well, yes, Captain Mike Delta is waiting for us in...
Is that Micah?
He's living in
Yes.
the world of the future.
I think so.
Oh yeah, he's leaving Saturday.
Am I?
He's gonna be waiting for a while.
You're living in the world of tomorrow, seen from us. Tell us about tomorrow.
Yeah, what lottery number
Yes,
should
it's
I play?
wonderful. I can tell you. You can look forward for it.
So with the weather forecast that we get, we also get the UTC. So our departure from Rarotonga time there is UTC minus 10. Our arrival in Nadi is indeed UTC plus 12. So we will magically jump 22 hours into the future. Scary thought.
Kim wants our banana shirts.
Captain Michaela, you could tell us the lottery numbers of tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I could, but I won't.
Oh, you're keeping it for you? You're gonna travel the other way around, go back to Friday and play the lottery?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I did mention it as we were talking about UTC in another stream, but I had the pleasure to fly out of Kathmandu to Mumbai, and UTC time in Kathmandu, or the difference, is 5 hours 45 minutes, and Mumbai is 5 hours 30 minutes. So there's a 15-minute time zone difference between Kathmandu and Mumbai. I don't know how these guys manage that. Already challenged when it's an integer multiple of number of hours. Was another issue yesterday. I didn't realize our sim was... I thought it was UTC, but we were off by 1 hour. So I kept flip-flopping between, okay, are we 2 hours away? 3 hours away? Couldn't... Took me a while to figure out.
Micah, your handle is Magnet, correct?
That's absolutely true, yeah.
I love it.
So tell us about
Tell
that.
us about Magnet.
It's
I don't know
nug,
if this
right?
is
Not
English
nut.
word as well. Do you know what an anagram is?
Yes.
So, try it.
Okay, spell it for me. Sierra, Mike.
Sierra, Mike, Alpha, Golf, November, Uniform, Tango.
And tell me, is it an English word or a German word?
It's an international word. So there's
Tungums?
it's the same word all over the world.
Tungums?
What are tangums?
I could give you some hints, but this...
No. Yeah. We've what do we have? 1956. Yeah. Give me at least an hour, and then I'll ask for. I mean, I can Google it probably, right? I'm sure there's an app.
I'm googling it now.
Yeah, this would be very easy, but yeah, don't do it. Just you will not recognize it.
You can see. You see, no cell phone. You know what? I'm gonna put the portable electronic device on. So.
Is it an aviation term?
Well, if I knew, I would tell him.
I know, I can't.
Hey, no cell phone.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I can tell the origin of this was a game of Scrabble in Miami, Florida.
Okay.
I was sitting with one of my friends and my wife, and we have been drinking a lot, and we thought about logging on to a new forum, and nobody came up with a new username, so...
It's not a new spelling for magnets, right?
Because I'm looking at
No,
it.
no,
I'm cheating. I'm looking it up and I don't see anything for TUNGAMS.
No. It's an anagram, so you have to put the letters.
It could be in a different. Oh gosh, how are we gonna figure that out?
Not only vice versa. You have to scramble the
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not the. I forgot what that word is.
Yeah.
A mana plan.
Like radar.
Me knowing it, I think it's so easy and obvious. But okay, pressure is on.
Okay. Challenge accepted.
Good.
I am not good at any letter things. I mean, give me a triple integral and I'll do that. But as soon as there's letters.
Well, honestly, it's only 7 letters, so the worst case is you write them down and then...
Yeah, it's only factorial 7, right?
Exactly. Talking about integral.
So, isn't factorial 6 like 720, so this is like 4900 possibilities or something like that? Though that seems small.
And I'm 100% sure you know the word, so it's...
Oh, you'd
no
be
excuse.
surprised. I had been here in the US for 5 years, and I was working in a group. We were doing a lot of signal processing, and one of my American colleague and I were talking about different filters, you know, high pass filter, low pass filter, and then he talked about a comb filter, and I had to ask him 20 million times what is a comb filter. And ultimately, he took me to the cube of one of our female colleagues, asked if she had a comb, and she pulled a comb, and I'm like, oh, that's a comb. Did not know the word.
Is it Mustang?
Oh, yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that your car? I thought you had a Porsche.
Yeah, I had a Mustang for 18 years, and I sold it 3 years ago. But,
all right. Well done, First Officer Crafty and the Internet.
Mostly the Internet.
Good.
Well, at least you know how to use the Internet, you know? Interesting Smagnet. I mean...
I also own the domain smegnet.de for German, so. But if there's nothing on it, so we don't have to go there.
Yeah, to me it sounds like nutmeg. I love nutmeg, so... You could
I
be...
had it just 30 minutes ago.
In a drink or in a food? Or in a...
In food.
Food?
Potatoes.
Yeah, I make... You're gonna make me hungry, but I make gratin dauphinois. So the potato gratin.
Sounds high sophisticated, never heard about it.
Oh, just because, you know, anything you say in French sounds sophisticated. Anything you say in German sounds complicated, so... What's the longest German word? Is it less than 40 letters?
No, way more.
You see? So the longest French word...
Dampfschifffahrtskapitän.
And was ist das?
Captain of a ship on a steamship on the river Danube.
So it's relevant.
And you can add the cap of him. Donau Dampfschifffahrtskapitänsmütze. And he has a producer. Donau Dampfschifffahrtsgesellschaft Kapitänsmützenhersteller.
And that's one word.
Herstellungsfirma.
Sure.
Inhaber.
So I heard in Germany only Twitter allows for 360 characters. Is that true?
I think Elon will change that.
I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, the longest French word is. Go ahead.
1 second. I just googled the longest German word, which is in a law document, and it's called Rindfleisch Etikettierungsüberwachungsaufgaben Übertragungsgesetz.
Jawohl. And
No, everyone should know.
And I'll take some French fries with that, please.
Yeah, makes sense.
So in French, the longest word, unless they created some new one, but if anything, the trend is to go shorter and not longer. So in French, the longest word is anticonstitutionnellement, and that's it. It's basically unconstitutionally.
It's kind of the same in Italy. They are shortening everything, what you can imagine. And by the way, this word has 63 letters.
Wunderbar.
To be precise.
Yeah, so basically more than 2 full alphabets. Is there a letter? A challenge for you, Mr. Mustang. Is there a letter that is not in that word? Or how many letters are not in that word? Probably Z, Y, Q. I didn't hear a Q in there. Oh, there's a Z.
Y is not in. X is not in. Yeah, there are many letters which are not in.
Oh, you guys are slackers. Yeah. I mean, I heard the longest word here in the US is yo. Past 2 letters. It's a little too many.
Kim said not for me not to start speaking German.
Even the
My
strange
friend
letters
Rahim
we have are missing.
told
Like
me
the
not
sharp S, the SZ.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, I'm sorry. Say again.
And even the strange letters are missing in that word. The strange letters we have. The sharp S, the SZ.
Oh, how many umlaut?
You won't find it on your...
Alright, we're coming on November uniform. So among our English-speaking viewers, I wonder what the longest English word is. More seriously.
I can look it up.
Can you Google that up? First Officer Handy Dandy Crafty.
Longest English
so in the old
word?
Oxford English Dictionary, there is the longest word with 45 letters. So you're short of 18 to us. So you lost, I guess.
Well, I don't know which way it goes.
I cannot pronounce the word, so you have to Google it yourself. Sorry, impossible for me.
Are you looking at the one that begins with
Western Wales?
PNEUMONO? That one?
Oh, the pneumo.
Pneumo ultramicroscope.
That's a disease
Okay.
of the lung.
Captain Tango.
Right again. Say it again.
I can't. Pneumo. I can't. Terry's gonna. Captain Tango.
It's pneumon ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Something like that.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yes.
Which is
it seems to me that it's basically it's a lung disease caused by volcanic, microscopic volcanic, probably ashes. Which I don't know if you noticed when you planned for your flight to Santiago, there was volcanic ash in a large area of the coast of Chile.
Okay, this has been our educational segment.
Let's go back to bananas. Let's go back to bananas.
Oh, I don't think they heard. I don't know.
They
if
didn't hear me.
Here, do it again.
Alright, I forgot to put on intercom. So I think it's pneumo Yeah, pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoiosis. Volcaniosis.
What a nice call sign.
Yeah. Somebody suggested that. I seen fun facts as the word. You know how we use Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta. So it would be a cool one for P. You know. I mean, I like tsunami for the T. You know. I like knife for K. That would make for some funny flying.
Hey, okay, now. You making fun of our language, aren't you?
Your what?
Our language that we ripped off and bastardized.
Alright, we're turning at November uniform, so quick fuel check. An hour 23 minutes into the flight. We were scheduled here at an hour 24, so at least we are on schedule, but we're below fuel. We're at 8.9 tons of fuel left for a scheduled 10 ton of fuel, so we are 1.1 ton below. We started at 1.4 ton below, so slowly. It's not that we're making fuel, but the fuel estimate is usually a little conservative, I've noticed. The time estimate is dead on. I mean, my bore 14 minutes, Oragi 45 minutes, 46 minutes, Niue an hour 24 minutes, an hour 23 minutes. So. Hopefully the trend will continue. 3 hour 13 minutes to destination. That's without any approach, so it might be a tad longer. But that means you're still stuck with us for the next hour and a half. I'm sorry, people in the back.
You're not on...
No, they don't need necessarily to hear everything.
Okay,
yeah,
I didn't
it goes
know
to the chat.
if you were doing that intentionally.
Well, then they
That's
can
okay.
talk and we can...
Yeah.
We'll have to sort out that arrival into... Natty.
Sean says you lost about a ton of fuel having to taxi through the grass.
So I had my clearance already, and they now changed to runway. So there's things going on as well in ID.
Can you help us and figure out which runway they're using for landing? I wasn't. I would love to know which runway they're using for landing because the ATIS was really confusing.
Much time left as we arrive tomorrow.
Good point. But then, in a split second, it's gonna be a rush.
No, it says runway 20 for arrivals. What's the problem? So it's 27 for departures and 20 for arrivals. Reference is Foxtrot.
Well, they got it swapped.
The procedure, the chart.
Originally, and I have a printout. That's the benefit of the printout. ATIS Echo had expect RNP approach runway 27.
And that's the downside of a printer because it's now Foxtrot.
And what? Okay, I'll pick up Foxtrot then.
No, it says 20 for arrival.
Yeah, I think they swapped them. They made a mistake.
Exactly, that's the other way around. You're right.
Okay, we got ATIS Foxtrot. We'll print it.
This will be very complicated now for the arrival. They now switch directions for landing.
Yeah, they switch it. No, is it still saying runway? Alright, let's look at those charts.
Well.
Tell him to come over here. The more the merrier. The whole team. This is the rarest moment. We've never been together during WorldFlight.
Right? Yeah. I just ping in.
Alright, so we got 80s Foxtrot. Winds are still variable at 2, 10 miles, view 300, 24, 10, 10, nothing has changed. Yeah, the original 80s Echo had expect RNP approach, runway 27 for arrival, runway 20 for departure. But they corrected it in Foxtrot, changing it to expect RNP approach, runway 27 for departure, which is a really weird way to say it. So it's really expect RNP approach, runway 27 for departure, runway 20 for arrival. And there is an RNP approach for runway 20. Pretty challenging one. It is an AR, so authorization required. I know Captain Romeo has practiced it. We're gonna be bold. We're gonna do it for the first time, which might not be totally true. I might have been to Fiji once before, when I was flying for Air New Zealand in a pilot's life. Alright, let's go to our flight plan. Fiji arrival, runway RNAV 20, and we're expecting, let's look at the chart, which one is Bedok on? Bedok is on the either Calta or Tednam, so there's a Calta and there is a Tedham, so I'm not sure what the difference is. Alright, we'll do Tedham as it is between Bedok.
I would have a question to first over the crafty.
Yes.
Would you be able to fly on your own without hearing already?
No. I'm a trained monkey at this point. I
with ripe bananas.
Yes, exactly. Basically, my training consisted of us sitting in the cockpit and him, we telling me the things, physical things that I would need to do while he's flying. Gears up.
But you should show your.
And I'll show you some diagrams. I made a bunch of diagrams. Because there's this cartoon where the captain's pointing, it's the switch on the right. That's me. I don't know where anything is. I don't even know what to call things. So I made a bunch of diagrams and did some color coding and cross-referencing to a whole, list of the flows, things that we do in the flow. But I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just sitting here causing trouble.
That's a brilliant website for children in Germany. So you have a mouse over on every single item in the cockpit of an A320.
Oh well, we have
German. So if you want to practice your German.
That's yes, I can. I
well,
can name them in German.
At that difficulty, well, the fly-by-wire team has a wonderful full web page that does exactly that, and it's in English. It's for English monkeys, not German monkeys. How do you say monkeys in German?
Affet.
Affet?
Just had the day shift, and nothing happened in the simulator. All went good.
Well, Zulu is Zulu.
So I just learned.
It changed the local time. It changed the local time by 1 day.
Out of curiosity, because I was putting it in the live chat.
Curiosity killed the monkey.
Yeah, the longest word. This term was coined by Everett M. Smith, president of National Puzzlers Leagues, as a sarcastic term for long medical terms and a synonym for silicosis, a lung disease caused by inhaling sand and ash dust. He was just being
learning every day.
Yep.
Is that Peter?
Can I was gonna leave and go get one of my diagrams.
Alright.
Is that okay?
Hey, good stuff.
Permission to leave the cockpit approved.
Kurz verbunden. Ich hab was umgestellt, also ich bin ja auch hier mit dem Cockpit.
Okay. Ich wollte mal nach deinem Username auf Discord fragen, was ist da der Hintergrund?
Das ist einfach random.
Okay. No, it's way more complex.
Yeah, it's another nice German word, so my nickname is really a strange name on Discord, but it's a typical German long word, I would say.
It is. Yeah, that's true. That's another story. That's another story. I built the cockpit over 5 years. As I said, at the beginning I did everything on my own, even the electronics. And I built this together with a friend. And we once have been making a break after 5 hours of working in the cockpit, late at night, or late in the evening. And we were hungry, so we went out to an imbiss. What's the English word for imbiss? If you go out for a short snack on the street. Yeah, anyway, and it's a so-called currywurst. It's a combination of a sausage and with a spice, so it's called currywurst. And my wife called, and when I picked up the phone, it's Captain Curry and First Officer Wurst, because we had a currywurst, and hence the name was born. And actually I have also stickers on my headrest, so on the left side it's called Captain Curry and the other one is Captain Wurst.
Alright.
Ask us what we had for lunch today in Tahiti.
Excellent.
Yeah, well, let's interrupt this program. We're gonna interrupt this program for a short commercial for the fastest FAA approved path to a first officer seat in the A320. It's barely 5 days from zero experience to a first officer seat. So here comes First Officer Crafty for her demonstration in a second. The floor is your First Officer Crafty. There's stuff in the way, yeah, well, I'm sure you can manage.
I can see it. Yeah, it's Very good. So you did this yourself?
She did. She is not mic'd in right there, but
Okay.
you can see. So Micah was asking if you did that yourself, and indeed she did. Where's the 45-page document? Yeah, left is right, right is left.
We already made a screenshot and began learning.
And okay, I'm waiting for the picture with the numbers of the fuses in the back of the cockpit.
Yeah, we that's the next and final lesson. The circuit breakers.
The fuse panel.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Excellent.
All right, wunderbar.
Well done.
So it will soon
Well
be
done.
available in an online bookstore, Amazon, Etsy. There's gonna be a audible book read by Samuel L. Jackson. So you don't want to miss it, folks. Once again, flight path simulation, trailblazer in training for first officer role in an A320. 5 days is all we need.
Only today, 99.9 cents.
Hey, don't undercut us.
And you too can be an idiot in the cockpit.
A monkey. Oh. I'm picking up some something on the weather radar. A little bit of rain down there.
Can you post pictures in Or
You might be
comments?
able to.
Maybe in
I'm not
comments?
sure. So you guys said you took screenshots?
Yeah, but sure, for learning.
Do you know if
No,
you
no,
can
really.
post that? I know. Do you know if you can post that in the chat?
We wouldn't have dared to do so due to your copyright on your enterprise.
Oh, well, you have my written permission. I'll send it to you via ACARS in a second. Hold on. Because verbal, I know we can roll the tape, but that's not totally correct. So we're gonna send a message, aircraft to the now world flight famous JeeHell 44. Why is it not taking? Yeah, I have an issue sometimes when I go to ATC.com. It doesn't take my key press in the scratch pad. I have to go away to another page on the MCDU.
So I will be out of cockpit for 5 minutes. We'll be back shortly.
Approved.
Merci.
De rien. Alright, so with the ACAR system, we can, I hope it's not gonna delete the message if I pull it. No, there you go. Send a message to JeeHell44. As usual, we use all kinds of abbreviation to limit the number of characters. And we're gonna send it and see if Captain Romeo gets it in his aircraft. So, Captain Romeo, let me know if you got the company message.
But you will notice that.
Should I expect a company message back? Or if I'm watching the chat, I'm not... You're watching the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, I gave him written permission to use a screenshot of your original work. You only copied 27 websites and 55 documents, but by the time we smushed it together, it's original work.
Tango gave written permission?
Yes.
To use my diagrams?
Well, Captain Romeo took a screenshot and said he would start learning from your wonderful document.
Okay.
I asked him to post it in the chat,
There
but
we
he
go.
said he didn't want to violate copyright law. I don't know which country would apply here in flight, but so I sent him written permission.
And you did it through the company message?
Through the ACAR system,
to the
yes.
ACARs.
Well, yeah, it's through the ability we have to communicate through company, and then company relay the message back to the design, to the desired
What's
aircraft.
a quick way to say that in a Twitter tweet? 140 characters or less.
To say what? What I
I'm
said?
going to put it in the live tweet. In the live chat.
You're gonna put
written permission.
yeah, written permission sent via ACARS.
And it's ACARS?
Yes, all uppercase. Alpha Charlie, Alpha Romeo Sierra. Or you could say via company message or something. Alright, we got a company message back. I wonder what it is. It probably the address of the bar we all gonna meet at after this wonderful... Alright, now we are in received message GL44.
And that gets displayed on the upper ECAM, right?
The company
Good
message,
evening,
yes, but
gentlemen.
not the message.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Good
Peter.
evening.
Hey guys, good evening.
Who's that?
That's Captain Pero.
Well, you do. It is, right.
Hey, Captain Farrow?
Tell us, how's the status?
I won't promise anything, but it looked good. So I started the simulator, let's say 2 or 3 times, and it worked. But I had the status several times within the last days, and then once I thought everything was fine, and then it fucked up again. So I don't know. Let's wait. Let's wait until the flight has been done, and then I can see what's happening. I just disconnected. I added a new microphone capsule, and I disconnected that one. So don't know if that's the issue, but for now it looks good.
There's an aircraft passing above us.
Captain Tango, don't miss the next message we send to you.
So you see that there's a message in the upper ECAM, and then you can look at it
Yes.
on the,
In the MCDU.
I know.
I mean, I'm slow texting. No, on this keyboard it's even worse. Yeah, there you go. We have a company message. It's the battle of the message. Alright, received message. No, we appreciate a very, very quick briefing how to land this plane.
So how far are you guys?
We're tomorrow.
J-Dub loves your banana shirt. Is that the official uniform for JeeHell?
Okay, if you want to be mic'd, you need to use your mic properly.
And one question.
I mean, it was here
Captain
again,
Tango and,
so that's okay.
Crafty. Have you built in a solarium into your sim? If I look on the screen, it looks like you just.
Oh, we're taking ultraviolet, yeah, from the screens. Yeah, the TVs are so bright that for the webcam to pick up the cockpit environment, it completely washes out the TV part. But if you look,
it was brilliant. So I watched yesterday as well. It was really very nice to see. But today it's really just white.
yeah, that's a benefit of the night flights, actually, is that you can.
It was Mike yesterday.
Oh, really?
Or?
It is the bright light of tomorrow.
Stay away from the light of tomorrow.
I'm getting a little philosophical here.
You want some falafel?
Yes.
I think First Officer Crafty order some falafel in the back, please.
Yeah.
Let's call the ladies.
I'll heat it up in the air fryer with the hot
I gotta
nuts
have a look at
and the hot
Captain
dog.
Tango's stream. There is a cocktail.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a contrail, it's not a chemtrail, it's a cocktail. You're leaking cocktail. So that aircraft is 6,000 feet above us, but we are catching up the aircraft in front of us. I think I'm gonna climb to 360. Alright, vertical speed plus 500, FL 360 blue, starting the climb. Or was the other one? Gee, I can't see.
That Shadow 1 on flight level 460.
Say again? I thought it was at 400, flight level 400. And he's passing the aircraft in front of us, but it's much easier. Okay, we see the contrail. Do you see the contrail of the aircraft in front of us? Yes, there is a contrail in front of us. There is a contrail above us. That one is not going to kill us. It's the one in front of us.
Ah, it's an F-18.
Oh.
The VRS F-18, so it's a fighter aircraft.
Yesterday there was a jet aircraft doing orbits over Easter Island. He asked for 15 nautical miles orbit around the field at flight level 200. Do you see the one in front of us and then the one above us?
Take the fuel he needs.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't. Yesterday, it might have been like a KC-35 or something like that. Yeah, I don't think it was a fighter jet. So for separation, we're climbing above the aircraft in front of us. We'll still be well below the one over us, and in any case he's faster, so he's slowly pulling away. But being at Mach 8.1, we were catching the plane in front of us. I've slowed down to more usual 0.77, 260 knots indicated to climb. I put only 500 nautical miles, 500 feet per minute. So it's going to take us a good 4 minutes. You don't want to exceed 1,000 so that you don't trigger TCAS from aircraft that might be in flight level above you.
KPIs, so the flown miles and all that stuff. Is this somewhere officially tracked and reported afterwards?
Can't answer this question, I do not know.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, and I apologize, but due to the reboot.
I don't think.
So yeah, due to the reboot yesterday in flight, I lost the journey log. But I think we should pull all the VATSIM. What was that you, Micah? Who pulled the VATSIM logs?
That was Peter. Peter did.
Oh, okay.
But we have to consider all the others. I think we have to, the escorts as well. So.
Are we hearing thunder? Is my imagination?
I don't know. I heard something too. Maybe.
Okay.
They track the miles of
I have no clue what the weather is outside. It's beautiful.
Interesting because they
Yeah.
have all the VATSIM IDs and they should be able to export this somehow.
That wouldn't be any problem.
Yeah, I think we should suggest that.
At least we can do it for our own team. So.
Well, apparently there's heavy rain outside here. We thought we heard thunder. So hopefully we're not gonna lose power. That would be so bad. I don't have a generator. Or a UPS.
It won't turn on the oven, I promise.
Alright, look at that. We have a sandwich of cocktail. That's a screenshot right there. Look at that, folks.
Yeah, very nice. With the moon.
Courtesy of WorldFlight 2022. And you guys can probably figure out, I don't have an easy way, but with little nav map, the identifier of these aircraft.
That's pretty.
Yeah, sure. Wait a second.
And we need to see a little more for it.
One and the other is the Neptune.
So
Exactly.
Is Speedbird
The one
above
below
us?
is the Neptune.
Yeah. Is Speedbird a 747?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw four cocktails coming out of him, whereas the one below has only 2 cocktails. People on the stream are like, "What is he saying? Is he saying contrails?
Yeah.
Is he that stupid?" No, these are cocktails,
So
guy.
he was saying 4 cocktails coming out of one.
Hey, now. Let's keep it PG-13. So the one above us is gaining on us, and we are gaining on the one below us. And now that we are back in straight and level flight, I can increase to Mach 0.81. And we're gonna slowly pass him. Oh, you want us to match the speed?
Use the afterburner showing where the water and air was.
Yeah, that's right.
But you only have to follow up this one, so it will be tough to catch them.
I'm not talking about the one on top.
No, I'm looking at the one, the 737. So he's doing 426 knots and you're doing 440.
That's all. I'm doing 453 over the ground now because I had slowed down to Mach 0.77 for the climb, so that I had at least.
Is catching up to us. Right, we are caught up by the fighter jet. It was nice to meet you.
Sorry, you guys are missing the action here. So on the 20 nautical miles range, you can see now the Speedbird 747, 10 nautical miles ahead of us, flight level 400. basically WorldFlight level 360 plus the 4,000 feet indicated by TCAS. And he's pulling away. He's pulling away slowly, whereas the aircraft, which is now, we were at the same flight level at 340, but we climbed to 360. So the Neptune 737, we are slowly gaining over that aircraft.
So, fun fact, J-Dub said it is coming down pretty good.
Oh, okay.
And it will be tonight. More, well, he said more coming.
Okay.
And Kim saying things just got real and telling me to save myself.
All right, so there's actually some land around here. Little island to our left. I know we have a nice view here, but let's take a break for a second and go island chasing. How far is it? No, it's just under the left one. Is there? There is an island. The map is not lying.
So pretty. Look at that.
And we're losing cocktail too.
So let's make a test. Can Crafty switch on the terrain to see it on the map? On the primary cycle plate.
So just turn it off.
Oh, whoops.
No, I think it was on, so I'm assuming you wanted it off.
You impressed that I knew exactly where that button was?
I'm not seeing it because I see the plane.
Oh, okay. We'll fix that. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know how to do it in the cockpit.
Well, do it again. Look, my hands. Ladies and gentlemen, First Officer Crafty.
There we go. I know where that tear on ND button is.
Cool. It's one labeled quite.
It's on the MIP, the main instrument panel.
That's great.
Cool.
And now take it to the next level. Do you know that off the possibility of switching the terrain on?
Do you know what he's talking about?
I think she did not understand the question. Yeah, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah, sure. There's an option where you can switch off this possibility of terrain on ND.
Yeah, right here.
The hint is in the overhead.
No.
Oh, okay.
So that pressing it would not be.
No.
Micah, don't tempt her. She's gonna start flipping switch on the overhead.
Okay. But she's in the learning mode. So
she's in learning mode, yeah.
So where in the overhead? Is it on the left, center, or right?
What's the desired result? You want to disable the terrain warning, or you want to disable the actual display?
Oh, yeah, you can do it just. I don't think you can flip.
Oh wait, here.
No.
Okay.
Ask permission before you flip a switch, please.
I'm not going to do anything. I won't do anything.
And if it's guarded, it's probably not the answer. If it's red, it's probably not the answer.
So what's the name of the... Where should I be looking?
He said overhead on my side.
On your side, oh. Okay. Terrain. This one here?
Can you reach it?
GPWS?
But I'm surprised that you did not pick up your documentation for it.
Well, I was looking at it, but you know...
So that would take
not that level of detail.
So if I turn them off, it turns the warning off, but it doesn't take the ND off.
Comes also off the display.
Oh yeah, you have to no. Are you sure it would?
Yeah, I am.
Alright. Never ask that question to a German. Note to self.
Sure. So it's not working for us? It's not doing what we would expect it to do?
I think my understanding is that this is the GPWS ground proximity warning system. So it would alert you in various conditions. Right to left if you do a landing flap 3, which it would typically alert you, expecting a landing flaps full. You would put this on. If you don't want alert related to flap mode, which is broader concept than just the flap 3, you might have an issue with hydraulic flaps slats and forcing a higher speed landing, so you would then disable the flap warning. Then you have the glide slope alert, and then I thought the system one would turn off the entire system, and the terrain like we used coming into where did we go? Well, in our previous flight in South America, there was high terrain, and even it keeps you in that ball. That was in El Dorado. No, that's the one we left. That's flat. Anyway,
But
you
have
can.
tried what I just did?
No, I mean I turned both, and we still have terrain capabilities.
No, if you switch on the terrain on ND, so that you see the terrain on the EFTFO, and then press the terror button, which you just mentioned, and then it should disappear.
The terrain button under GP.
Overhead.
On the overhead display.
Yeah, terrain is off right now, and it's not. To me, it seems like it's just a warning, but it might not be correct. But it did disable the warning when we were. I mean, for the sake of me, I can't remember the airport.
Terrain. For me, it turns also off the display of the terrain.
Okay. Well, maybe you have a more recent serial number.
I'll look and see what fly-by-wire says it does.
It probably says not implemented, but you can, yeah.
Well, but they'll tell you what it does, and then it'll say not implemented.
Okay, true. Okay, I'm taking us off. If you want to talk to them, we'll. Because it gives this double voice in the.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I mean, this is the way the intercom works.
Fly-by-wire A320.
So now we can go. Okay, we sequenced our ETP, so we're gonna get to our last segment that will require diversion either to FNTF or once we're close enough to NADI, NFFN. Oh. And hold on. N November Foxtrot Tango. Foxtrot.
So question
November
to Peter, are you there?
There we go. 153 miles, and then we'll be close enough to go to NADI.
Okay. When do we meet tomorrow?
When do we meet tomorrow?
Yeah, online. Sorry. So the flight is scheduled for 8:25.
I think if we don't meet tomorrow.
There's only
Well,
today.
If you are PR, you are there spot tomorrow.
No, because I can't do tomorrow. Tomorrow I really need back focus on the family, and I think I try to join via YouTube or something, but I cannot really attend tomorrow. So this is my last work night. for this year. Yeah.
And Peter, by the
Then
way,
I pass the question to Rainer. What's your estimated online time tomorrow morning?
As normally, start the simulator 2 hours before departure, and during those 2 hours I will come online. So I think one half an hour before departure.
Okay, so around about 7. Okay, cool. I will be
We
there.
wait for Thierry to arrive.
and Peter, if I'm not mistaken, happy birthday to your daughter.
Yeah, thank you. It was the twins.
Oh, to your
Oh,
daughters.
daughters. Ah,
Hey,
okay.
here's a challenge for you.
Yeah.
So what are their names? Annie and Maria?
Annie and Marie. And,
So-
and Annie and Maria.
Okay.
Marie.
So they're twins?
So they're twins.
So
they
you guys...
become 9,
Mm-hmm.
and the oldest is like 10 now.
Alright. So that was my question. Once at a party with good friends Susan and Sarah, who are twins, it was to celebrate their birthday. And so as a joke, I asked, hey, if it's Susan's birthday, what is Sarah's birthday? And obviously most people would say, well, it's the same day. Well, you guys are mathematically inclined. It's not guaranteed. And if you want, you can spend a lot of time calculating the probability, which is not 100%. And I'll let you have fun.
Sure.
And
In air quotes, fun.
no, for these guys it's fun. So throw it in the chat, throw it on the frequency. I mean, typically, I don't know, in the case of your daughter, how many minutes were they born apart?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So they were quite quick.
So
But
that's
it
not...
could be, in case of
Wow, that's
midnight,
impressive.
could be the case that it even takes longer, and then they were divided. Their birthdays divided in 2 days.
Correct. And then you have to, let's say the average time, it's less than that, and obviously you guys were on the, Schnell, you guys were vision, 2 minutes. But if you assume, to simplify a little bit the problem, let's assume it's 15 minutes average time between the birth of 2 twins. Then you can calculate the probability that they are born the same day or not. But I want that calculate over the entire year. So don't forget to include the 2 days where you change daylight saving time. So you have a 25-hour day and a 23-hour day. And if you want for bonus point, you can include the year. So that, leap year or not. Or also, as I'm sure you know, sometimes during the leap years we have to correct a certain amount of seconds. So that's the bonus point. And then for the ultimate winner, you can Google the official maximum time of birth between 2 twins, and you're gonna be amazed, because it's not in minutes, it's not in hour, it's not in days. It is amazing what nature does sometimes. So I'll expect your copies back in 10 minutes, and we'll figure out who the winner is.
Now, did you give that to someone you interviewed as an interview question at NI?
I always wanted to, I never did it.
Guys, now I have another strange thing on my cockpit. I think it's really a mess. I think I switch over to a farming simulator now. Because my right
Shame. Shame.
Sure. I thought even about boat simulator, but then I switch over to farming simulator maybe.
Did you say goat or boat? Golf or Bravo?
Goat simulator.
And then farm.
What, you're not aware of the goat simulator? No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious for once. Go check out Goat Simulator.
This is part of software. That's a perfect piece of software.
It is.
That's a thing? There's
And
a
the funny
goat
thing is,
simulator?
that now my right hand
You have the
MCU
internet.
shows in green and yellow color. So it looks like, because I entered the room behind the panel today, and now it looks like I really messed up the VGA cable.
They're on version 3.
Shows there are just two colors.
Who wants to hear about Goat Simulator?
No, but
Finish first. Finish first.
no, I just
Nobody.
said, no, I need to just put the the problem on my simulator is that whenever I want to go behind the simulator, I need to walk through the footrest room. So it's not easy. I need to pull off the seats, one seat, take away the rudder, and then I can enter the room behind. And so for now it looks like I just messed up something with the VGA cable, VGA cable, because the color is different. It's not a functional thing, but as usual, if you change something in the simulator, it costs you a little time.
Sure. So I think Captain Romeo had to contact Natty Center, so we'll be a little quieter on the frequency.
You don't want to hear about Goat Simulator?
Number 7432 to send 90,000 to
I'd love to, but this is how you plant the seat for the next stream. People will have to wait and watch the next stream.
Okay.
Never noticed that? Newspaper article?
Yes.
The buzzwords in the title, they appear at the end of the article. I mean, basic psychology trick.
We have been maintaining front heading. You want to continue maintaining front heading?
So there's ATC?
Yeah, we're back on ATC. Do you have ATC on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can hear them. I'm gonna tune down.
my apologies, left 090.
Left 090, speak 902.
So the procedure on VATSIM is to wait for the controller. Right now we are in uncontrolled airspace, so we were on 122.8. I always like to not only figure out what the next frequency is, which is 120.9er. In this case, Natty Center, but then switch a little early. He will probably text me first, but then I can already get some situational awareness.
Golf Whiskey India Lima.
Golf Whiskey India Lima.
Alright, so our ETP is showing 86. So past that point we will go to Natty, should something happen. So we're showing 320 nautical miles to Natty. As usual, I'm gonna use the radial fix info to give me a very high level idea of when we should start to descend. So I put 120 nautical miles radius around our destination airport. Now we know the track miles are going to be longer, as we have to kind of fly north and then around in a anti-clockwise way to then shoot toward the mountains and turn around and come back on 20. Fun approach into Natty.
Neptune 1-1 Whiskey, are we back on your radar?
Alright, Neptune.
Neptune 1-1 Whiskey, descend 3,000, report rumble inside.
3,000 remote site.
Oh, that must be a different Neptune if he's at 3,000.
Made straight in, visual approach runway 20, contact tower.
Straight in, on visual, contact tower 18.1, thanks.
Uphill, descent on Shadow 1, flight level 460, ready for descent.
Shadow 1, star clearance 10 and 2, Bravo, runway 201, ready to descend up runway
240, 10 and 2, Bravo, Shadow 1.
Hello, Neptune 1 Charlie 360 inbound.
Neptune 1 Charlie, Bravo, down to center, start clearance for runway 20, start 10-2 Bravo, I'm ready to send out.
Control clear from the 10-2 for FNN 20, 62,000 very much.
Natty sent.
Looking lower, careful.
Spear 47 Charlie, descend 9,000.
Descend 9,000, Spear 47 Charlie.
Natty Center GL 41 Tango Delta, flight level 360 inbound Pagra.
JL 41 Tango Delta, non-decelerating.
Natty Center, Telecom 5 grade, reach at 3,000 feet.
So for now we just want to make sure he knows we are on the frequency and he has us on the radar.
French baguette 1-2 Papa, request further descent.
I'm beginning to get confused with all the JeeHells.
I mean, have you heard how many French baguettes, Speedbird, Qantas? He can manage. He got this.
Speedbird 92 Whiskey Foxtrot, turn left heading 360.
Left 360, the Speedbird 92 Foxtrot.
Natty Center, Telecom 5 grade, reach at 3,000 feet, heading 270.
Taxi 538, squawk ident.
Can I read the little blurb about the goat simulator?
Mexi 538 identified flying.
Sure.
Flight 240.
Should I tell them?
No.
Okay. It's funny.
Vector
So
right
it's
taxi.
time to raise the Goat
Climbing flight level
Simulator
240
3
and erect Actos Telecom 5 grade.
is a brand new third-person sandbox adventure game in which you get to become the literal goat. Just like the first Goat Simulator, you'll need to headbutt, lick, and triple jump your way across the giant island of San Angora. This time with all new areas, challenges, and events, or whatever. I can't believe this is a real thing.
Yeah.
Nordic 1 Mike Echo.
That's why I had to ask for clarification if it was a boat simulator or a goat simulator.
Right down 277 on the report the kingdom side, Nordic 1 Mike Echo.
And he's doing the...
He was joking about going boat after farming.
Okay. Boating.
Yeah, Peter unfortunately had some challenge with his cockpit. I think one of his USB hub died or something like that. Okay, we got company message. What's happening? Company message. I'm afraid we could reach the edge of the disk.
Muss ja keinen Startmikrofon zwingend haben.
Auckland Radio, New Zealand 907 position.
I don't think it's Auckland Radio anymore. I think it's Natty Center, but oh good. Alright, quick check of our system. Fuel is still balanced. We're showing 6.4 ton. We'll do a final fuel check at Pagra. Estimated time per the flight plan arrival was 2:28. Currently ND is showing Pagra at 1911 Zulu. That is 3 minutes from now. So it should be around 2:25, 2:26. So we're still 2-3 minutes early. Fuel would be below our 7.3 ton estimate as we're already at 6.4, but that is to be expected. Hydraulic is all green, pressurization, auto oxygen is good, engine are doing good, so we are good.
We're just like to go heading 250 right now. We have some mountains right in front. I think it's going to be a steep descent if we want to go visual over them.
Conic 1 Mike Echo, not a problem. By heading 2 west.
Heading 250 or Nordic 1 Mike Echo, thank you.
Yes, somebody's overflying the island from
First we get 1 2 Papa, runway 20, clear RMP approach.
the east. Oh, I wonder who could that be?
Number 7432, runway 20, cleared RMP approach, contact tower established and reduced to approach.
Okay, so we got a tower.
Delta 33 looking for lower.
Usual 1181 for tower.
Delta 33, descend 5.190.
Down to 190, Delta 33.
And Shadow 1, descend 5.190.
190, Shadow 1.
Nordic 1 Mike Echo, okay, then same.
Nordic 1 Mike Echo for visual approach. Disregard actually. Due to traffic, turn right heading 360.
Right heading 360, Nordic 1 Mike Echo.
So where is it? Do we see the ETA again? Is that on the
flight plan, yeah. And it is several places where you can see it. Here, 1959, and it's 1911.
Okay,
so it's like 50 minutes from now. If you're on the performance page, it would also display it. So there's a couple of places where it shows it to you. Flight plan is the... Because the flight plan shows you also the estimated arrival time at all the waypoint. So 1936.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright, let's call it Pagra. Time 2:25.
Do you want this on 320?
That's fine for now. We're kind of the ultimate, yeah.
Big picture view.
Big picture, and fuel on board 6.3. So we are now at a delta of -1 ton, 10. So we start at 1.4, then 1.3, then 1.1.
Same tensions.
So if we do take a quick look at the fuel production, we're still showing 2.7 ton.
The wrong star and conflicting with traffic at the moment. Flight present heading.
So ate a little bit of for 90 minutes of extra, but down to 80 minutes. No factor, weather is good. Could be delayed a little bit due to traffic, but that would be it.
Did you say Captain Romeo is streaming?
Is closing monitor Unicom 122.8 and replacement.
Yeah, I know. He likes to do it.
I'm on his channel. I'm trying to find his videos.
The easiest way is from the flight path simulation.
That's where I went. Okay, so from here, whoops.
And just make sure you refresh the page, because if we update the link.
So,
yeah, he's the first one in the list.
I'll just refresh live, and then Captain Romeo.
He's here.
Okay.
You have to go down a little more. Ooh, did he crash?
Oh, so there's two of them in there.
Yeah, it's his son.
It's him and his son. Okay.
His dog.
It's so crystal clear.
Yeah, he has a better camera. He has a closer
Wow.
camera.
Closer? Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, most of them have the camera kind of here.
Yeah.
It's tricky because then, you know, it restricts the entry. But it makes for a nice picture for sure.
Very nice.
And they're
in their
projecting their screen. Yeah, it's because they're projecting on a. It's projector, so on a curved screen, so it picks up better. At night, it's hard to make those.
Yeah, we just
black-
have a white screen.
Yeah.
And I don't see any live chat. Wait.
You might have it turned off. I don't know. So yeah, the white screens in our case, I mean, we see some sky. It's really washed out by the
They're all
webcam.
official with their shirts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're looking good. They're
They
looking
look
good.
great. So I am looking for our audience, Captain Romeo's stream, and he has a very nice picture. Him and his son are flying. His son is his
Why don't you
first
post a
officer.
link in the chat?
I will. That's a good idea.
Actually.
Actually, I'm gonna do that. And they're wearing captain uniforms.
Well,
and
they're the
first
real
officer,
deal.
Yeah. Is it 3?
They know how our training
Yep,
program
the dad
is.
has 4 bars and the son has 3 bars. Oh my god. They mean business. That's Romeo, right? Captain Romeo's.
So quite. Oh, he crashed.
Who?
I think the controller. That's why the frequency has been so quiet.
Oh,
These poor
okay.
guys were in approach to Natty are in for a treat.
I just posted the link to Captain Romeo's live stream.
Thank you so much.
And you can see how much better they're.
Hey.
Wow. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Except for, can I hear them? They're not. It's quiet.
No, they mean business. They have to be focused. Especially now if this thing has to be done on the Unicorn.
There? Yeah, I guess their clouds are crispier.
Did I forget to update? No, it shows live. Okay.
So they should have, they have the same sky, right? I mean, we should be looking at
They're
the same.
similar. Hold on.
Because theirs is. Anyway. Having a little cockpit.
Envy?
Live stream envy here. Yes. So there's Captain Piero.
Give them a like.
I am. Let's see, so...
And we can still hear the thunder outside here. I'll tell you, there's nothing that beats flying in the sim in a thunderstorm and then outside having the same weather. You get the extra. Alright, you know what? We might slow down a little bit to give him time to recover.
Okay.
Although the separation is quite good right now, so...
Okay.
We'll see what we can do.
28 minutes, so Captain Piero is not flying.
Captain Piero is not flying? Did we
Correct?
lost our map? No, Captain Piero is... No, he has issue with his sim.
It says live in 28 minutes.
Well, he might still be trying to do a live stream, which would be fantastic.
Yeah. But right now he's got some technical difficulties.
He sure does. He sure does. And we all know how that feels.
Yeah.
Controller is in the same boat right now. There is no control. We should possibly go back to Unicom. That. Are you guys back on Unicom? Unless the issue is on our side, which is always a definite possibility, but bubbly, bubbly, bubble. Servers must have.
Ooh, wow. Thunder. We're hearing some thunder.
And I see only some aircraft.
Do you know someone named Rayleigh? R-A-L-I-E-F? Sweetie? J-O-A... J-O-A-C-I-M. Yeah, he just did.
Well, let me go to Unicom. Because it might come down to that. We'll have to self-sequence ourselves. Oh, and somebody's not taking the star, that's gonna... Alright, we'll see what happens. Pretty much everybody's following the star, with the exception of the aircraft behind me. It seems like he's just going by the flight plan, which was probably direct the airfield. Might turn a little challenging. There is reasonable separation, so we can fly the standard approach that everybody got before us, so the Tedum to Bravo arrival, then RNAV into runway 20. The challenge would still be there's a decent amount of departing traffic, as you can see, so and there's not really any wiggle room on that approach, because you have terrain to the north of the field, and then northeast of the field. So for runway 20, which is pointed roughly south-southwest, you have to kind of go on a downwind that is putting you facing the terrain, and then take a left turn, descending left turn. Very interesting approach. So might be time to review the go-around procedure. So we are looking at, if you have the Jeppesen chart 12-20 for Natty in the Fiji Island, which is a RNP with authorization required, available only to operators with CAF approval. Radio frequency required. Caution: high terrain to the north, northeast, and east of the aerodrome. Reduced turn radius at FN 581, which is really your 90-degree turn to final, very short, with increased banked angle. Procedure not authorized when aerodrome temperature is below 10 degrees C or above 46 degrees C. Natty was reporting 24, so good. Use local QNH only. We got that. So Mr. Approach, that one is not tricky because you're flying away from the terrain by that time. Track 205 to MICAX, hold mandatory 3000. And it's at 3 degrees, so the descent angle is standard, but it's basically a descent that starts from the downwind, not even midfield, before midfield downwind. Mudkey will be at 4500, maximum 230 knot, will certainly be slower to help with the turn radius and the descent. Slow down further, be fully configured by Foxtrot November 664. Which is the initial approach fix. And then hopefully make a decent turn. Minimums are 330 for category C aircraft. So let's enter that, as well as the weather at destination. Might want to get the latest ATIS here real quick. Company message. So it is hotel by now. Runway 20 for arrival. We still have the grass taxiways in use. Backtrack at ATC discretion, that's traffic permitting. Wind is still calm, so we'll put 00. Calm and variable actually. I mean it's 2 knots, but variable. Visibility zone, the temperature is now 27 degree. And the QNH is 1011. Was 1010 before, so we'll change that real quick. Go back to standard. Once, twice, 3 times, set. Alright, we're approaching enter destination data. Thanks for the reminder, we just did that. Thinks we should decelerate. Let me look at that. Yeah, that's what we had estimated, so let's slow down a little bit. We still have 50 nautical miles to TD, but so this little help was just kind of guesstimate. We can go a little closer due to our track mileage being higher, but I don't want to push my luck too much. Okay, so there's nobody on Unicom. Don't know if the controller's back online. Doesn't appear to be the case. Okay, the craft behind me is correcting, so that's good. Let's clear this real quick. Clear. So top of descent, everything is fairly close to Emmerich. Yeah, just at Emmerich. Probably start a little sooner. So I'll put that as a reminder just to make sure we don't miss it. So let's do 20 miles from Emmerich. That's Alpha Mike Romeo India Kilo. Not in database, did I? Oh, Anrik Alpha November Romeo India Kilo. 20 miles radius. Boom. So the circle always intersects twice. Well, usually, if it's a waypoint within the circle that where destination is, that's fine. But so we always use the first intersection when the flight path crosses the first intercept the circle for the first time. That's the point we're trying to mark here. So that's 20 nautical miles ahead of Enric. I'll probably start my descent then. You can see actually Speedbird in front of us has started his descent. He's higher, flight level 400. So it gives you an idea. He's going to be at 360 when it shows 00. He's going to be at 360 by Enric, which is pretty much what our flight plan is calculating for top of descent. So all that checked out correctly. The plane behind us is gaining a little bit. I could cut to help, but this situation I think it's better to just follow the start, not confuse anybody. So no controller.
What do you mean, Thierry?
Do you guys have a controller?
No, it's only tower.
Oh, okay, 1181.
Yes.
I don't know if he logged off or if he had issues, and we should expect him back.
At least there's nobody online.
Yeah. Well, he didn't do the...
The F-18 is landing now, by the way.
Cool. Yeah, usually they give you a all station, you know, controllers logging off or something like that. Alright, I'll focus on my descent. You guys have a safe landing, and we'll see you at the bar at the airport.
Good luck.
Thank you, you too.
Alright, going back to manage speed. We'll start a shallow descent. We'll do 1,000 first. Yes, minus 1,000, and we'll indicate, I don't remember what he was clearing them. I'll put flight level 200 for now. I don't think there's any altitude restriction that I could see. So why don't we put 10,000 for now? Okay, the aircraft is asking for more draft because more drag because we're above our calculated path, but we're catching up. So for now, in the interest of saving fuel, I'm not gonna increase the drag. All right, clean up, then ND, radial fixed info, clear Enric. Okay, a little bit of return on the weather radar. Alright, and we're back on the descent profile. So we all managed flight level 100, which is actually altitude. I think the transition level is 130. Yeah, that's correct. Navigation requirement is RNP1, so we will change it already to RNP1. And we're still indicating 0.08, so we're accuracy high. So all good for the RNP. We don't need the LS. Runway in Natty, runway 20 is 10,000 feet, but it's a tricky approach, so we'll at least use auto brake low to help us. And we'll switch the TCAS to the traffic below us. Let's go down a little faster, even if it says it's okay profile-wise. I mean, with 74 nautical miles from the field, so we can indicate that on your side as well. There we go.
These days I'll learn how to do all that stuff.
Well, little by little.
You need some training from First Officer JDev.
Uh-huh. Physics will be happy. Chan. All these guys can help. Look at those departures. Man. I don't want to say it, but
what?
They're doing as good, if not better, of a job sequencing everybody than if we had a controller. All kidding aside, thank you so much for all the voluntary ATC controllers that not only man VATSIM all year long, but also go above and beyond during this event. This is just unbelievable. So
great.
Hat off to these guys. And I understand you need a break from time to time. Alright, we're turning Enric, adding Bedok. Okay, so there's a few clouds. What's the temperature? Yeah, we might need engine NTIs just as a precaution. Temperature is -1, total air temperature. The weather, you can see a little darker clouds there on the, like, or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. These are just puffy, nice clouds. There's no precipitation in those.
So real quick,
I can see Fiji Island off the left.
nice. Real quick, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name. It's Joachim?
Yeah, Joachim.
Yes. He says, I can feel the higher workload for the preparation. Good luck on the landing, not like my landing, Winky. Winky
You're
wink.
landing, I'm fine. You're driving, I don't know, but you're landing, sure. I'll fly with you anytime.
And where is he?
Alright, so we're gonna reduce approach speed. He's in Sweden.
We have an international crowd today. Quite the
Yes.
international crowd.
Okay, so the aircraft behind us is intentionally or not increasing its track mileage, which is probably a good thing. .280 is a speed that we've seen many times given by controllers on these arrivals, so hopefully it will help us.
And what is Joachim's connection to the gang?
He's one of our Mirage Mac Air pilots.
I thought so. Sounded familiar. Okay.
So we have a choice here. We could cut the turn at Bedok. We're below profile. We can certainly do it. That would help the aircraft behind us, but everyone else is assuming us to follow the star, so at this point I'll probably just follow the star and let them maneuver around us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing in a few minutes. Please return to your seat to the upright position and fall to table back up.
So it looks like we're gonna turn just before the weather. There's not much moisture, but I'll be on the safe side, keep the engine anti-ice. Alright, we slow down to 280 knots. 20 miles from Bedok. We should have you guys on the ground shortly. So they're taking off from the crossing runway 27. And although if you're looking at the moving map, it shows just the star, so it ends up going straight to the airport. That is not the procedure we'll be flying, because that would put you over terrain and you can't descend that fast. So we'll actually join a downwind, join an upwind on the right side of the field if you're looking at runway 20. So west of the field, and then do a complete circuit basically, turning crosswind, downwind, and then final. You can see 2 aircraft there. So they could, so the 2 aircraft on the RNP, 1 at the end of the star, 2 just took off. Speedbird in front of us is on the star. So they can launch quite a few departure. In this situation, I mean, landing aircraft obviously will have the priority, and departure will have to find its way when there's a slot. But with intersecting runway, it's pretty good. It's good tower. Then ground.
You do a quick plug for Mirage, since we have some Mirage folks on here.
You go ahead if you have the time.
Huh?
You go ahead if you have the time. I don't have the time.
Okay, he's busy. So Mirage Executive Charters is a virtual airline that Captain Tango joined very
many
near the
moons ago.
beginning. many moons ago.
Alright, glad we kept the engine anti-ice. Keep going.
And so Honda Jet 100 and Joachim are both
wind variable 2 knots.
employed by Mirage Executive Charters,
take off mirrors
and
one.
that's their connection here.
Heading,
But they all fly every Saturday morning, and then a bunch of retired ones fly on Tuesdays, and they've been great friends, and we've met some of them live in person,
left on the grass
including Honda Jet, and that's it.
Okay, on the grass.
Thank you. Alright, grass taxiway in operation.
Oh, sorry. Short of 37, Gulf Lima Lima.
I don't see Honda Jet here this morning. He's been in nearly every flight with us.
You missed the best one, but I'm sure you will watch it.
Yeah.
5000 or very Unicom, Mirrors 1, thanks.
Are you in the clouds, or are the screens washed out? Both.
Yeah.
To Sean asked. Yeah.
I'll give you this view for a little while. Alright.
691.
We got automated ECOS message from ops. No company gate, ground power available, ground air available. Minimize APU use on the ground. Hey, JeeHell 44. Alright. All clear there.
Juliet Hotel Lima 44.
No, Juliet Hotel Lima. Who's that?
So Captain Tango switched the view so you can see a little better, but it's still a little bit washed out.
No. Maybe it's on this one. I mean, it's a beautiful day.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. I should say it's not as clear, crystal clear as Captain Romeo's screen.
Very jealous. Sean, if you want to see a really nice picture,
Follow the
look
link.
in the live chat up above. I don't know how if you were here, and click on Captain Romeo's stream, live stream.
Alright, so we are in open descent. Flight level 100. Let's go to altitude.
Charlie Bravo. Tower, g'day again. You're number 2. Traffic, 3 miles. You're number 1.
Yeah, we have the traffic.
Surprised there is no recommended altitude, so you know what? We're gonna roll it down to 4,500.
So I get you maintain 5,000 for the zone.
5,000 took there.
So Sean looked at Captain Perro's and he said, yes, it's pretty immersive, for sure. They do have a very nice setup for streaming. He's a pro.
Okay, back to 70 with traffic
Southwest 8402
behind us.
Call me ready.
Where did Speedbird go? Don't see him on my moving map, that's weird. See it on TCAS. Alright, we are on selected speed, so good time to activate the approach. So here's our performance, 135, so that's gonna help with the turn, is our VAP. Okay, he's back. So he's 25 miles ahead easily.
Who's he?
Speedbird, the aircraft in front of us on...
Speedbird, oh okay.
I'm heading 270.
Where's Captain Romeo Perro? Can you see that?
They just got cleared. I don't know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Worry about their flight.
So what is a VAP?
The V approach.
Okay.
So 360 behind the departing aircraft, runway 27, halfway.
I'm laying up behind the departing southwest on 27, no backtrack.
Alright. I'll get ready a little early. So you can see the field on there.
Juliet Hotel Lima 44, runway 20, clear to land, vacate.
Okay, so you just got clear to land, did you hear?
I see. Oh.
Southwest 8402, unfortunately nothing further. Longitude 122 decimal 8, maintain 5,000 until clear of the zone.
122 decimal 8.
Alright, let's slow down further.
Uber 6190 Tower, good morning. Continue approach.
So he's number 3, that's the Speedbird, so we're number 4. You can, maybe if you remove the constraint, you can see it a bit better. And you can see how the approach requires this loop-de-loop. And you can see the other aircraft, they're departing across 27, so that's why we're shooting that way. Alright, 10,000, we are clear. We'll pretend we're clear.
62 rolling on 27, runway 8.
Seems like they're reporting Mudkey. Yeah, I can see the field on my left. Soon. So we're departing on this runway. And we're landing on this runway, but there's terrain, so you can't come straight in. You have to kind of descend into this ball and align at the last minute with the runway. So it's a pretty interesting approach. And here's the bar where we meet typically on the beach.
So the bar, the
bar.
actual club, like have drinks and cocktails and contrails. Okay.
Yes.
What's the name of the bar? The landing strip?
Yeah, it's not the bar.
Just 147. Zealand 362, nothing further, 122.8, maintain 5,000 until clear zone.
122.8.
A lot of traffic at this event. Nice. This is Joachim. That is an interesting approach. It sure is.
Hotel Lima, 44. Taxi by the grass, hold short, runway 27.
Taxi by the grass and hold short, runway 27.
So he's on the ground.
Tower Ascot 1, have the field in sight, 13 DME.
Scott 1 looks like you're breaking in ahead of the queue there. We've got 3 ahead of you. Current traffic, you're 1 o'clock, we're about 5 miles.
Somebody cutting in line.
Ascot 1, please advise.
Scott 1, have you got traffic? They're about 5 miles, you're 11 o'clock.
Ascot 1, not seen.
Ascot 1, approach, reduced to minimum approach.
Ascot 1, minimum approach speed, Roger.
I'm looking on the map, it says TED.
Tedham is just some of the waypoints there. Yes.
Charlie Bravo, thanks, taxi by the grass, hold short runway 27.
Thanks for the rest, hold short 27.
Still 137, quick take off, runway 27, sun heading 270. Traffic.
I'm getting a TCAS from
departing
traffic.
Miles,
There's no altitude constraint, so
Roger.
It's temperature well above 26, that's good.
Ascot 1 affirm.
Ascot 1, Roger, can you follow that traffic, number 2?
Follow traffic number 2, Ascot 1.
So he's bringing him in. Guess I was descending a little aggressively because I want to be able to slow down. I'm still above profile, but not worry about that. Don't know if the guy from our right is gonna join.
661, clear to land, runway 20, vacate between grass and maple.
Clear to land 20, vacate left grass and maple, 261.
Just 147, nothing further, actually stand by approach coming on.
Kim wants a Shirley Temple double.
Okay, well, we'll get that on the ground. Alright, sterile cockpit.
Neptune 1 Charlie with, Neptune 1 Charlie Bravo, good to cross runway 27, now crossing contact ground 1217.
Alright, flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
147, contact approach 119er, decimal 1.
119 from that's just 1%.
Good problem.
Hello, fans, Cadbury 6 on the WorldFlight, Witchy, backtrack 27.
82, 86, 90 target.
Hello.
And 82, 86, change of departure frequency, 119 decimal 1.
Shouldn't I take off first?
Negative, I believe that's speed.
Alright, so you see we have terrain all around us and we need to do pretty much 270 degree when heading of 100 and we'll land on 200.
Hotel Lima 440, crossing 127, on crossing contact tower 1217.
Crossing runway 27.
Alright, going to manage speed.
82, 86, call me ready.
Roger, will call you Lufthansa cargo 286.
NCRG for 1 Tango Delta reporting mod key.
Uh, 41 Tango Delta. G'day. Continue approach on number 1.
Continue approach for 1 Tango Delta.
Speedbird 661, taxi by the grass, watch shot 27.
And Tower Lufthansa cargo 286 full ready.
Alright, put the gear down.
Lufthansa cargo 8286, wind variable 2 knots, runway 27, clear for takeoff, sign heading to 70.
27 clear for takeoff, Lufthansa cargo 8286.
Flaps 2.
Flaps 2.
Here we go. Flaps 3.
Flaps 3.
Gear's already down.
Lufthansa cargo 8286.
Cabin crew, take your seat for arrival.
119.1, g'day.
19.1 for Lufthansa cargo 286, good day.
Marine ahead. Marine ahead. Marine ahead.
Alright, visual. Let's go flaps full and do the landing checklist, please.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
Auto thrust.
Speed.
ECAM memo.
We will have to be a little lower, so keep that in mind.
Okay.
I'm doing it early because it's a high workload.
90 Tower over, good morning, New Zealand 951, backtracking 27.
Okay, with final app. Bright
We will call
glow.
them ready in 951.
No, I'm just checking.
2000.
We'll see how the autopilot flies the approach. Probably better than me. Okay, I have the field. But it has a tendency to keep us high. That's a little bit of a challenge here. Alright, final app. It's controlling the descent. 3000 is the missed approach altitude. Let's complete the landing checklist. So we have
ECAM memo.
ECAM memo is showing landing, no blue. No, it's a long
Good.
runway. I don't mind if we
had a lot of blue last night.
Alright, I'll get rid of the terrain. Keep the
Okay.
terrain. No, keep
Oh,
the
keep it
terrain
here?
on your
Okay.
side. Let me know if. The last turn is a pretty sharp turn.
New Zealand 951, fully ready.
951, runway 27, clear for takeoff, sign heading to 70.
Clear for takeoff runway 27, New Zealand 951.
See if we can do it here. If not, I'm prepared to go manual. Thousand feet.
1000.
Missed approach is blue. T4 white. But I think we are where we're supposed to be. Altitude wise, track wise. Enter JeeHell 41 Tango Delta, confirm we clear to land. Natty Tower, JeeHell 41 Tango Delta.
41 Tango Delta, what's the back?
500.
41 Tango Delta, runway 20, clear to land, vacate left and
400.
Clear to land, runway 20 will vacate left via the grass taxiway, JeeHell 41 Tango Delta.
300.
Autopilot off. I know the pappies are showing 4 wide,
200.
but I like what I'm seeing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
Reverser, green, spoilers.
Easy 951, airborne.
51, thanks, contact approach 119.1.
Contacting approach from 9.1, New Zealand
Okay,
951.
decel, manual braking.
Good morning, Lieutenant Santa.
Japan 975, Calgary.
Ladies
Howdy,
and
Tower,
gentlemen,
Alpha
welcome
Flight
to our
26,
destination
backslash
airport. Please remain seated until we reach our final parking position.
Nice, Calgary, don't be ready.
Please keep your mobile
Let's
phone
go,
off
Alpha Flight
until
26.
you leave the aircraft. Thank you very much.
Alright, we can do the clean up. I mean, I can do it if you want.
41 Tango Delta, taxi on the grass, hold short runway 27.
Taxi on the grass, hold short 2741 Tango Delta. Alright, our favorite grass taxi.
You did the flaps
yes,
already?
I'm in.
Okay.
Can you start the APU?
Avocado 26 ready. 286, assigned heading 270, runway 27.
Stern aircraft.
Clear for takeoff 27, Avocado 26.
Tower low, Nordic 1, Mike Echo is fully ready to depart from Bravo.
Nordic 1, Mike Echo behind the departing aircraft, runway 27. Lap away.
One four-wheel one.
Departing aircraft, land
Yep.
runway 27, Nordic 1, Mike Echo.
I've never been here while you've been
Using
cruising
the
around on the grass. Yeah.
Yeah, the taxi grass.
I was like, what are you doing?
Well, he wants to make sure the runway is available for incoming aircraft. Although I don't see anyone, maybe we can keep the actually a TCAS on and see if there is. Go back to cockpit view.
Hadtag 286, contact departures 119.1.
Sean says nice landing.
1, Avocado 26, bye-bye.
We've got some claps.
Thank you.
From Joaquin. It was nice. J-Dub, great job. Have a great rest of your rainy day. You too. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Well, it's beautiful here.
I can't remember. If
I don't know.
Okay.
He's more than welcome. Would be cool to have him and Vizix maybe alternating the last 2 flights we have. We'll see. So yeah, I don't know why he didn't give me backtrack. The challenge is that you would still cross an active runway, but he asked me to hold short anyway, of course. So.
One Mike Echo. Come again, 1 Mike Echo. Runway 27, good takeoff. Sign heading at 270.
27 clear takeoff, run maintain runway heading. Nordic 1, Mike Echo, wish us luck.
Good luck, Mike. He's not sure he has the takeoff performance. Is that the issue? Alright, we want to see that.
At the holder point of Bravo for a intersection departure 27.
The other one is flexing. I can do intersection takeoff.
Delta 121.
Alright, we still have some room here. It's actually...
Delta 121, runway 27, line of point.
27, line of point, Challenge 121.
Is that the guy who said wish us luck?
Yeah, I think so.
Tango Delta, you cleared across the line 27.
I made it. Easy peasy.
So that's a runway right there. You gotta be careful when you cross that street, huh?
Yeah, this is taxiway Echo to the cargo ramp apparently.
Approach 19-1, Nordic 1, Mike Echoes, yep.
No, we can make your job a little easier than you've done NFFN. Let's just get off from the hotel, take all the way, take the grass all the way back.
There's JeeHell.
I'm not sure where.
Which one is that?
They're there.
Both of them, yeah.
41 Tango Delta, you cleared across runway 27.
I see Captain Romeo and Captain Piro.
And Tower JeeHell for 1 Tango Delta, holding short 27.
41 Tango Delta, hold short.
Holding short for 1 Tango Delta.
F5 Tango Hotel, holding short.
Challenger 1 at 21, wind variable 2 knots, time heading 270, runway 27, clear to take off.
Climb heading 270, runway 27, clear to take off, challenge 121.
Tower, there is FedEx coming from Quebec with target on the RNP
7 Foxtrot, Quebec, Tower G'day, continue your approach, random.
Beginning of that.
So blurb. Man, it's a busy place.
Tower, hello. Vision 2 Whiskey, joining frequency. We're just holding position, but fully ready for the reposition to 27 whenever works out best.
7 Foxtrot, Quebec, runway 20, clear to land.
So you saw another JeeHell? I mean, there's
there's 2 of them.
There's one right there across. Then there's Ryanair.
19.1,
I'm not sure.
I
might have
saw the other one.
disconnected. He might have disconnected to let him.
I saw
look
both
at that
of them
landing.
at the same time. That'd been cool if we got a screenshot.
Okay, I guess.
Should we not be here?
Well, his runway might be a little off. We have a scenery from Natty, so hopefully. Oh!
A little bit away.
You guys can't see it, but
no, we can't see it.
41 Tango Delta, cleared to cross runway 27.
Airplane that
cleared to cross runway 27, JeeHell for 1 Tango Delta.
Like backed up and went forward again.
On crossing, contact ground
it's weird looking.
Ground on 1217 on crossing JeeHell for 1 Tango Delta. I mean, once you use taxiway grass, everything is a taxiway. Go over to 2 Tower.
How did he go backwards and then forward again while he was taking off?
Hello, Vision for my Foxtrot is on the GA ramp where default scenery due to being a blind pilot, requesting startup negative push today.
Vision 4 Mike Foxtrot, push, correction, start approved.
Start approved, Vision 4 Mike Foxtrot.
Ground start, 71 at Sand 6, push start please.
Giant 1471, push approved. You got a Qantas 747 pushing, I believe. I don't really know what direction you're facing, but pushing close to you.
Hey, we haven't got, you can see 1478.
And Gran, a very good morning to you, JeeHell 41 Tango Delta on taxiway grass.
JeeHell 41 Delta, good morning. Taxiway grass, thank you for trimming it. You can park wherever you'd like.
Stand at discretion for our JeeHell 41 Tango Delta. Anytime.
Ground Qantas 100, just for information, we've got some big hairy balls here. We'll take Bravo for the departure on 27.
Who's got the big hairy balls and wants departures on Bravo?
Qantas 100.
Does it know what Bravo stands for?
And that was Qantas who?
100.
Qantas 100. Alright, well, you can join the 737s that did that. Ryanair 5 Tango Hotel, you with me? Good chat.
So the Giant is gonna taxi, but hopefully we can get...
So it was Qantas 100 that has the big hairy balls?
Big hairy balls.
Scratch Car's probably got a winner.
Qantas 25, did you want Golf or Alpha? A daring 747. You can taxi Bravo, Golf Holding Point, runway 20, and while you're at it, you may as well book Tower 12, Sydney 118 decimal 1.
I'll let these Giant and Qantas do their thing. Unless we pick another gate.
Qantas 25, just confirm it's 118 decimal 1.
Like how he said, for your information.
Station calling school code Charlie.
Just so you know.
It's a heavy gate.
Bravo Hotel Bravo.
Delta Foxtrot Romeo 1, push back.
Yeah, big hair.
Pushing back the distance, please tell me which will be our runway departure, 0 or 7?
Yeah, I don't think GSX support follow me from taxiway grass, so we're gonna wait.
Yeah,
so he's gonna take Golf. Hopefully he has the same scenery as us, so he doesn't clip us. I think Giant is waiting behind, but we'll see.
Ground 14, setting up, is ready for taxi 25, we can follow Qantas 25.
I'll try to sneak in.
Also daring, yeah, you can take Alpha, Bravo, and Golf.
Alpha, Bravo, Golf, Giant 14, 7.
Ground 3900 Whiskey Fox track, we are requesting taxi to runway 27.
Speedbird 92 Whiskey Fox, you can taxi Hotel, hold short of runway 27 on Hotel.
Order seems to got a big line there. I'll just take the Bravo if you don't have a problem.
It's a big line.
Behind the concept.
You can join behind the Airbus A320 in front of you because wherever you go there's going to be a queue. Break. Egypt Air 975, you can enter runway 27 and backtrack towers 118.1.
Sorry for blinding you, Mr. Marshaller. Alright, here we go. Parking brake is on, and we have the APU, so we can turn off the... I think he should rename it Naughty Ground, not Natty Ground.
Earth to Egypt Air 975.
Alright, can you cut off both engine?
I sure can.
Egypt, do you mean, should I go behind the Egypt? After the Egypt backtrack?
92 Whiskey Fox. Okay, so here's the problem, people. I've got both aircraft that are short of the holding point not responding.
Yeah, Qantas 100, we'll gladly go.
2000.
Qantas 100, if you can get up, down, around, or in any way, shape or form in front of the Ryanair, go for it.
We'll do it now.
Crazy.
Qantas 100, all eyes on you.
So we don't have external power.
They're connecting the jetway, so we're gonna have to wait for a second.
Before I turn that off.
Yes.
proud of me?
Yes. Yes, I'm glad we're not in the dark yet.
Okay.
Alright, hopefully the jetway is connected now.
The approach must be very interesting for B747.
Yeah, no, I'm
says
sure.
Joachim.
I'm sure.
You can now enter runway 27, backtrack. Tower's going to be 118 base. I'm on 1.
We can actually take from Bravo minus 100.
Another
Alright.
737. I completely forgot you were going to take Bravo, but absolutely.
I want to see that. Okay, external power is connected now, so we can switch to external power. No, switch first.
Yeah, but I pressed this,
Yes.
right? Okay, and then I
you
can
do that.
turn this off.
I mean, the APU would stay available for a
Yeah.
little while. It needs to go through its
Okay.
sequence to turn off, cool off, and all that good stuff.
Push approved, New Zealand 953.
Bye, kiddos.
A vision for Mike Foxtrot is holding ready.
Once we're all done here, I want to see the zoo outside.
There's no one really.
Seems like everybody's having fun. Alright, there's a few numbers I need to put in our system here. Journey log, pre-flight, that is all checked. I wasn't a good boy, I didn't put our fuel. I don't remember what we had.
Is that Jeremy's music?
No. That's just deboarding music. That is through.
Oh, okay. That's the...
Alright, what did we take today? Alright, we took 14.7, 14.7, so 10, 1250 was the uplift. That's so good. Everybody's fighting for departure. We've been there. It's so good we don't have to take another flight. Alright, ACARS is filed.
Romeo's
I
gone,
wasn't
right?
supposed
He's
to
probably
file
went
it.
to bed.
Crap. Oh, once I tried to do something right, then I did it wrong. Yeah, it's late for them. I haven't heard anything. Alright.
They're funny.
I wanna see the action. Alright, so we are taking everybody and everything out of our craft, but this is where the action is.
I'll ask questions in my head.
Did you say don't ask questions?
He said I'll ask questions
yeah, I know,
in
but
my
was that in
head.
response to somebody
I
making
don't
a
know.
snarky comment?
I don't know.
Alright, why don't we do the...
JeeHell44.
Yeah, that's JeeHell44 beside the runway. I think he's there.
Oh, he's getting ready to take
It might
off?
be him, yeah. Alright, parking checklist.
Coming up. APU bleed.
Not in use here. We need to minimize APU use.
Engines.
Are off.
Seatbelts.
Both off.
External lights.
Just nav as required.
Fuel pumps.
All off.
And parking brake.
Is on. Alright. So in a second we'll do we'll keep some electricity while we deboard. So Ryanair was in sequence and just didn't respond. So Atlas is there. What was the other ballsy 747? Okay, he's taxiing there.
Reposition to the apron? What does
Yeah.
that refer to? What is apron?
This is the area, the paved area around the terminal.
Okay.
Ramp, apron. I mean, ramp is more generic. No. Well, guys, hope you enjoyed the stream. For us, we're gonna wrap it up here, but we're gonna keep the feed for a little longer because I don't know about you guys, but I sure do want to see this gets sorted out. Based on the call so far, it's probably going to be interesting. So, and of course we want to see our company JeeHell. They're both in line there. They're taking off from hotel. One aircraft had to backtrack.
Okay, I see. So
Yeah,
yeah. That's Romeo and Piro? Captains?
I would
Romeo
think it's
and-
Micah.
Or is it yeah, okay. So Piro and Micah. Romeo's in bed, hopefully.
Hopefully,
after all
yeah.
that flying.
Is that a Unite? What is that? Or is that the Ryanair that was?
Peter, Canada Whiskey Foxtrot, do you mind if I squeeze beside this Ryanair?
And Joachim said thank you for the stream. You're welcome.
Anytime.
Thanks for joining us.
Sorry, station police, are you?
Do you want, you are controlling the line
Alright.
over tower. You want me to stay on ground frequency right now or contact tower?
Stay on ground. I do the backtracks and then I tell you to contact tower when you get cleared for a backtrack. It makes life so much easier for me and the tower controller. Mainly because I know who's doing what.
Alright, well, kudos to these controllers.
Ground, good morning.
Naughty ground.
We'll be at gate 1, ready for push and start.
Singapore 22.
One more who wants to join the fun.
Push approved, beautiful.
Oh boy.
Ground, hello again, Neptune 1 Charlie. The rest
Neptune 1 Charlie Bravo, I'm always ready for a startup. You can start whenever you like.
New Zealand NFFN, can we resume taxiing? The 777 is gone.
That's New Zealand right there.
Sorry, lots of coordination going on. Station police, are you?
So,
NFFN, the 777 is gone. Can we resume taxiing?
953, thanks for reminding me.
let's do the securing the engine, but we'll keep the radio on.
Okay.
So we can keep the lights on. So mostly the overhead.
ADIRS?
And yeah, they are off.
Oxygen?
Is off.
APU bleed?
All that is off now.
Emergency exit light?
Okay, let's put that off.
No smoking?
They're off both.
External power?
So we're gonna keep external power. We'll
And battery.
stay here
Okay.
for now, so that we if not we would lose the radio.
Yeah.
Well, maybe my radio on the battery, but then it will die. All right. Who's your bet on?
For
I don't know.
who goes first?
For
or
yeah, for whatever's happening next. All right. So is he backtrack? Oh, gee.
Just out of curiosity, is it me that's blocking Simfest there? I mean, I do apologise for all people seeing
So-
because we're a blind pilot, so yeah, we kind of don't know where we are in relation to you.
Vision 4 Mike Foxtrot, absolutely not. You're not blocking anything.
So Egyptair is backtracking. So they need full runway length. So the challenge here, just to give you a little bit more situational. Jesus, stop stepping on each other. I'll put them a little quieter. So Natty has 2 runway. We landed on runway 20, the longest runway, the most interesting approach, kind of the only approach unless you're coming in 209. They are taking off from 27, which is the crossing runway. So that's the first thing. 2720 cross, and 27 is a 6,692 feet, 2,040 meter runway, and there's no taxiway that goes to the end of that runway. So if you want full length, which is still only 6,700 feet, you have to backtrack, which takes much longer. Now if you're bold, you can take off from either hotel, which would be the first taxiway that feeds into runway 27.
Someone
and I
looks
don't
stuck
know if I have
over there.
short
Or,
second.
oh no, never mind.
Trying to see. I don't think it's even operationally something that they would
So
give
is that
you the
why someone said
information
wish me
for.
luck because of the
Yes,
short runway?
Yes,
Okay.
and they're shortening it even more.
I see.
So if I had to guesstimate, hotel take a fifth out of it, so call that for sure 1,000 feet, maybe more or less. So that would be 5,500, 5,600. No, if you take Bravo.
Traffic chaos. I'm glad I'm not flying here now, Joaquin.
Yeah. That runway, if you take
hanging.
Bravo, that's at least a third off. It's more than a third off. So I'll call it, that's below 5,000 feet. So we'll see who takes that.
Kim. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks to all our viewers. Put the radio back on a little bit. We'll see the action here. Egypt hasn't launched, so not only they need to backtrack, wait there, and then looking at the incoming traffic.
Charlie and hold short of runway 27.
Charlie short of 27.
Whew.
Still holding short at Charlie for runway 27. Just want to let you know you're doing a wonderful job, sir.
Thank you very much.
I want to go,
so
but I'll butter you before you let me go.
That's fine, we'll blame the tower.
I forgive you, sir.
I forgive you, sir.
Yeah, the 2 JeeHell, there's this, but those can take off. I'm not sure why Egypt Air is really taking the whole runway.
Go ahead.
But
We just realised you're the only person who won't take the intersection. We just want him to play down Charlie Jets, maybe.
Send it.
Hey!
And not the ground, we appear to have Delta 42 hotel in our way. Can we check with you if this is correct on your end?
Delta 42 hotel?
So is Ryanair taking it?
Yes,
what is
we're not
Ryanair
sure if
doing?
this is a glitch or if he's actually there, so we just want to check with you if we're okay to proceed to runway 20.
And where would this be exactly?
It appears to be at gate 4, but in the way.
I've got an aircraft parked at the apron, but he's not squawking my Charlie, so I can't tell who it is, but give me 1 moment.
Did Ryanair
Yeah, there's a Lufthansa 42 hotel at the gate, but there's no Delta.
Yeah, my bad, sorry. Delta Lima Hotel, yes, that's Lufthansa, sorry about that.
Yeah, he should
but where
be
is he?
Because, he seems to be...
I mean, unless it's scenery.
Then again, I'm not that familiar with how the gates are here. If you can get around him, that's fine, you should be able to.
Oh boy.
That 2242 will try to get around the Lufthansa.
We can get this guy at least 10 or 15 meters additional clearance to the front if it's...
So Piro's live stream. I'm on Piro's live
okay.
stream.
Sorry,
oh my goodness, how are they gonna sort this out?
Ground, hello, it's JeeHell looking for taxi, please.
So that's a JeeHell. It's easy to confuse with JeeHell.
Intersection like every other British person.
What did he say?
British people, intersections always.
Absolutely. Alright, you can taxi Charlie intersection runway 27.
I mean, you want to stay on this frequency.
It's Piro.
Alright, put a link if you haven't even done
it's
it
in
yet.
I'll
Okay,
put it
the
up
chat?
again. Yeah.
I thought you put Romeo in.
No, I put them all.
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's
Micah
good.
said, now as a follow-up, you could put his, and I put Piro's at the time. You couldn't, he was having technical difficulties.
Whiskey, be advised for Speedbird 47 Charlie. Captain does not want to take the intersection and will be backtracking runway 27.
Oh.
We will be.
So people are avoiding the intersection. Look at this. There's a
the
plane
Singapore.
coming through.
Yeah.
But my captain is not.
Oh,
I'm not going to lie, Neptune 11, I think you should take the intersection.
Unable.
Unable, not
allowed.
So funny.
Does that make us number 1?
Sorry, am I being too loud?
Yeah.
Neptune 11 Whiskey, I don't think you want to lose your slot to a 747 because on top of the intersection there's also wake turbulence.
That's true. That's true.
He can wait. He can wait for me to go then.
Orbix 93 X-ray, backtrack runway 27 and towers 118.1.
Well, now we can backtrack on the runway. Oh boy, this is... And the poor JeeHell are still there waiting.
Negative, you're quite far along in the queue.
Oh boy. Is there anybody on Charlie? Yeah, I think that's... He's taking Charlie?
Holding point runway 20.
Yeah, I give you only the hotel, which is the first intersection you should consider. Bravo is the worst of the three, but there's a Charlie coming from the south. They're real.
I don't have proof that you're real, but you can enter runway 27 and backtrack towers 118.1.
Enter the backtrack runway 27 tower 81. The real orbit one.
The real orbit. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
What about us? Can we just take the intersection? We'll take the intersection if you like, at Bravo.
Speedbird 92 Whiskey Foxtrot, you can take the intersection if you like, but I can't clear you immediately because I've got aircraft that were in the queue far before you.
So no, you can't jump the line.
Okay. So whenever you want to take the intersection, just tell me. I'll line up.
French baguette 1 to Papa, we are ready for taxi.
That's the one thing that's gonna solve it all.
On Bravo and expect backtrack for runway 27.
Joining the line on Bravo and expecting the backtrack on runway 27, French baguette 1 to Papa.
So you see how long it takes to just backtrack the aircraft. Even if it's not long, I mean you can't taxi at crazy speed unless you're Joachim, who takes anything below V1. And they'll do their turnaround at the end on the turn pad. And the two JeeHell are ready to go from intersection hotel. So hopefully they might be number 2 and 3, unless Charlie, that 747, has been waiting for a long time. Where is Giant?
I don't hear his video.
Which technically now counts as an apron, but yes, start is approved. And I want to thank you for mowing the lawn while you're there.
No problems at all. Give us a shout if you need any other parts.
I think I should tell him he's not...
Start is approved. Speed at 661.
It looks like he's talking, but I can't hear him.
You sure you have the sound?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take care of it.
Actually, I meant to...
Neptune 11 Whiskey, have you made your mind up yet?
Captain
would like backtrack runway 27.
Oh, yeah, not taking the intersection.
Intersection would be the best, as did your colleagues say.
He's just...
But my hands are tied and I am following the chain of command.
He's just fucking with her.
I mean, chain of command never has to know, right?
What did he say?
The chain of command never has to know it, right?
Yeah, he's sitting next.
Principle now, to be honest.
Oh, the captain is miking in.
It's convenient. There's no losses.
That's 357 soul in the back, but is that ours? Or?
Yeah, that's ours.
Yeah, it's getting a little boring here, but you don't want to. You don't want to miss the next firecracker that's gonna go on. Okay, okay. It's too close to you. You're gonna give us a call. Okay.
JeeHell 42 Mike Delta after the Airbus A310 departs. Runway 27 backtrack tower is going to be 118 decimal 1. Apologies for the wait.
Negative. Even if we are not British, we will take intersection hotel. JeeHell 42 Mike Delta.
Can't complain about that. Tower 118 decimal 1.
Thanks for the service, Mike Tower.
Dilly.
Oh, bugger it, go on then.
Yes, he has been notified.
We'll take the intersection.
Neptune!
Peer pressure. You know what happens when peer pressure comes on, but I'll give it a go.
But where is Neptune? But Neptune is a 737. I don't see why he wouldn't take.
I was going to.
He had 30 minutes to recalculate his numbers. Yeah. I mean, come on, you don't want to miss this fun. We want to see our GL friend go. So they are taking Bravo. Okay. So you think it was on his side, on your side? Or?
Tower GL44, can we line up for backtrack runway 27 after my company has passed?
GL44, you know what, because I'm nice, A-firm, after the company departs runway 27, you can line up for a backtrack.
He got the backtrack! Because he's behind...
That's awesome, I can't believe that. So after the passing Airbus 320, line up and backtrack runway 27, GL44, and switch over to Tower 118.1.
No, Micah doesn't have.
Can we line up behind the second JL? Also because you are so nice.
Whiskey Foxtrot, unfortunately, I have aircraft that were well before you in the queue. So pretty much after all the Brits depart.
The Brits are clogging the pipe here. Well, folks, not only you got a lot of fun, a nice flight, all our GL captain joining and sharing their experience and anecdotes with us. We had a nice approach and landing into Natty, but you are lucky you got the DVD bonus edition of leg 41. You have... Whoa, somebody crossed. Alright.
That makes me happy.
Thanks for doing that. So yes, this is the bonus edition. I'm not sure if it's all the bloopers or if it's the funny version of Lake 41. I mean, for them it's Lake 42. I mean, these guys have been on for 5-6 days. Ooh, Air New Zealand 777 next to us. Yeah. This is a beautiful. As long as it doesn't block the view of our departing. Oh, come on, JeeHell is a nice delivery too. They have a bigger airplane. That's all. Ooh, New Zealand. He wants another gate. Where is he going? He's gonna be out of sight. He's gonna turn us around. He might take a gate over there. Yeah. I had to do that because we were on the fuel pad at the beginning. So.
Shadow 1, you can follow whatever the little tarmac piece is there that I just told 747 to follow, and you can hold short Charlie on runway 27.
Will follow the little QT Charlie short with 27 Shadow.
Unfortunately, you're like number 8 or 9 for departure, so
no problem.
So, and then Captain is back from his plane. He just took off? No, he's backtracking. Okay, so that's Captain Perro. He's there on the backtrack. You see? That's not costing. He can do the backtrack on roughly the amount of time it takes to launch, so he's not delaying.
if I'm honest, I've lost count of who's gone.
Yeah, I remember. I got before those 47 Charlie and all. But you just gave them a deal.
Yeah. So you
during WorldFlight
saying it was the most entertaining?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, entertaining it is. The accents, the quick joke, the jockeying.
That guy trying to
sweet talk his way into a earlier departure. Because he asked nice and...
No, but the girl with her cap, she kept saying, no, I can't do it.
I'm the FO.
The ATC wanted her to go, and she's like, I can't, I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay, approved as requested.
And then I think Captain Pero asked for the backtrack just to kind of spike everybody.
Oh, did he?
He said, oh, I wasn't expecting I would get it. But like the controller say, hey, you were so nice, so I'll give it to you. Let's stick it to the hour. Where is Neptune? We'll wait. We'll let Captain Pero go, the official. You're down in the sequence. Okay, number 2, wonderful. So JeeHell 44 is gonna launch the big 747 over there. I think it's the Bucking Bronco that we will see.
The British Airways?
Yeah.
Where?
Across, he's on Charlie. Alright, JeeHell. He is going. And we're gonna see him cross. I believe it's the British Airways on the other side of the runway. He should abort on the runway.
There he goes.
He will piss off everybody. And off he goes.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was a little bit busy.
A little bit busy.
Busy doing what?
118.1. Thank you very, very much for your service and good luck, Speedbirds. 47 Charlie.
So, here's Neptune. Okay, so
there he goes.
Pero is good. So Neptune is moving. He's gonna take intersection Charlie.
Charlie, Uncle Charlie.
But he has a 737. It can't.
So there must be a delay.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Bit 47 Charlie. It's all good.
We want to see a view of the show. All right, Neptune, we're rooting for you. We're rooting for you, Neptune.
Did you say that on the?
We believe in you. You can do it.
Just don't reject the takeoff, please.
Towers, we can line up behind to see this, but we're struggling. Who's struggling?
47 Charlie.
It's 47 Charlie. The Roger didn't get handy off the tower to sit and watch this from afar. Speedbird 47 Charlie was just about to hand you off. Yes, tower 118.1. Thanks, mate.
So let's switch to tower.
Yeah.
See what happens on the tower frequency.
Charlie, we're holding the intersection departure, and if possible, we line up behind the West Atlantic just so we can view it from the cockpit. Obviously, if there ain't one in front of us, they can go first, but just so we can see.
Give it to him.
Speedbird 92 Whiskey Foxtrot, Roger.
47 Charlie, it's not 92.
Speedbird 47 Charlie, Roger, lining up.
47 Charlie, negative Foxtrot.
We just asked whether we could line up behind so we can watch our fellow Brits go off the end of the runway.
The Brits go off the end.
Let him do it, please. Tor has no idea. He gets hand off. He's like, what is going on? He's probably texting ground. What's up with 47 Charlie? Because he's on his frequency.
For Mike Foxtrot runway 20, clear for takeoff. Assigned heading 270.
Flight heading 270, runway 20, cleared to go. Vision Paul Mike Foxtrot.
Does it, Lima Jeff? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of planes. Yep, it sure is. Is my mic off or on?
Your mic is currently on, but I can turn it off.
No,
if you want.
okay. I just.
Hello, X-ray Lima. We're holding behind the behemoth in front of us, ready for departure from the section, Charlie.
So just for situational awareness, once again, we are parked kind of north of runway 27. Where
we're just here watching a show.
And you can backtrack 27, that gives you 6,692 feet of runway. You can use intersection hotel, which is what the company traffic, the 2GL, did, which is not visible in this shot. Hotel is right there. You can, where the, it's not quite at the end, but it's toward the end of the touchdown zone for 27, where the Speedbird 47 Charlie is going to line up. They are on the south side, so that has taxiway Charlie. So Neptune in front of the 747 is came out of Charlie, and then there's even braver people on our side who are on Bravo. So they're using the Bravo intersection, also renamed just for the day with the ballsy intersection. So we are here safely parked at gate 7. We don't have a continuing flight or to depart.
Line up, runway 27, Neptune 11 Whiskey.
Alright, here we go, Neptune.
Having some issues my end. Stand by, you'll be up next.
Standing by, Neptune 11 Whiskey.
Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, clear to reposition runway 20.
Clear to reposition runway 27.
So I wonder if the incoming traffic died down.
Sure, we just have to change it in our FNC. So we can reposition there now, but it's just going to take us.
Don't worry, you have plenty of time to change your FMC.
That would be great if you could reposition 20 and let me know when you're ready.
Roger, repositioning 20 now.
Alright, we're waiting for Neptune to get... There we go.
270, runway 27, good to take off.
270, and clear for takeoff. Neptune 11 Whiskey, Godspeed.
So, we have... We have the tape. We have the tape. Yeah, of course I hear it.
We are also holding sort of Bravo right now at 27.
Here goes Neptune. I mean, he's the god of the ocean, so what's the problem if he goes off the runway? Alright, go Neptune. You can do it. I mean, come on. There we go, V1.
Are you calling it?
And you can rotate here.
Positive rate?
Easy peasy for Neptune.
So if they went in the sim into the water, would it crash?
Neptune 11 Whiskey.
It depends how they have it set up.
119.1, thank you very much, Neptune 11 Whiskey.
So it's Neptune 11 Whiskey?
Neptune 11 Whiskey.
I want to know their full, how does that work?
Is she on a official...
I don't, I've heard the call sign quite a bit, but... hold on.
From male voices? You can do it.
Well, that's a different story for the 747.
Departure, good morning, Neptune 11 Whiskey with you, passing flight level 20.
Still Italio, maybe.
I'm still on tower. I'm glad to hear they're still alive, but they're on tower.
Bird, Charlie, Sun heading 270.
You know, I always said there was never a dull moment, but it sure is a lot more fun when it's other people than our plane that is having all kinds of challenges. Okay, I want to know the call sign.
What are you looking at? Neptune 11
Okay, GL44. Yes. PAA 411. No, that's a different. I don't know what that is. Oh, it just take off. Neptune 11 Whiskey. So let's send him a little private message here.
Him meaning who?
Neptune.
That's a girl, isn't it?
Well, him, her, them.
Taxi.
You're sending her a message?
Hold on.
You can do that?
Yeah, you can private chat.
Really?
I just don't know
What
the comment on top of... I haven't said anything.
She's flying, isn't she?
Well, I mean, they'll answer.
Now, I have a question.
Hold on.
Sorry, was that line up correct for 216?
Why not? X-ray 26 Lima, runway 27 line point.
Line up and wait.
Let me know when you have bandwidth. I have a question.
Bird, 47 Charlie, if you're still with me, contact departures 119.1, g'day.
Sorry, say again, 119.1.
119.1, g'day.
1191, thanks very much for the fun, that was great. 47 Charlie, see you next time.
There we go, Neptune 11 Whiskey. So I told them, glad you are in the air, but aren't you the god of the oceans?
Duncan McKellar, is that her name?
That's the name of the person who is logged, the official person who logged
I wonder if
into
that's
VATSIM.
So
that's a
can
captain.
I ask you some questions?
26 Lima, runway 27, clear for takeoff, line heading 270.
Fly heading 270, runway 27, clear for takeoff, Expo 26 Lima.
We should wrap it up.
We should wrap it up. It seems like the crew wants to.
Aircraft,
So that was certainly an entertaining flight. We'll wrap it up here, guys. Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoyed the show. We did our part, but boys, this WorldFlight event is something else. So we'll see you for like 43, 44, almost there, and then the other captains will finish with like 45, and we will be done with WorldFlight 2022. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Expo 26 Lima, contact departures 11-1, go. Departures 119 this morning, good day.
191, all the best, you.
Tower, New Zealand 953, backtracking 27.